right rally tonight or what? Thank you for that. Let me lead us if I would. If you would, please take a respectful pose and let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come to you humbly today with a grateful heart. We thank you for the blessings on this great country and this beautiful state that we live in. What we enjoy all comes from you. Father, our leaders need to know that you need to know you and they seek your will. And our citizens need to remember what our forefathers did and our veterans did to give us what we have today. I pray for wisdom and strength for President Trump, that he may have the vision for our future. I also pray for President Trump and Melania and their family, because we know this is a family cause and a family effort. I also pray for J.D. Vance. We're blessed in Georgia, Father, to have great leaders like Governor Brian Kemp and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and their families that support them. I pray for healing for our land. We are here because of you, and we know that this country is the beacon of hope for all of the world. But we need leaders who understand and know you. For as America goes, so goes the world. Please help unite this country, Father. Give our citizens the clarity to vote for what will be in the best interest of our great nation. Now, we pray for safe travel for President Trump as he traverses our nation over the next 48 hours. And finally, we pray for our first responders who responded to the victims of Hurricane Helene, who work for the safety of our leaders wherever they may be, and they also respond to every call of every day for the citizens just like us here tonight. And all these things, Your Honor, in all these things we pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome nominee for Georgia's 2nd Congressional District, Wayne Johnson, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
First of all, before we start, it's a great honor to be here in Macon, Georgia. As y'all well know, we're right in the middle of the 2nd District, and this particular district will very much determine the next President of the United States. As we give the Pledge of Allegiance, I would ask for any member of the military, current or previous, to render the hand salute to the eyebrow, and everyone else to put your hand over your heart. And I'd ask for you to look to your right to our great flag that is waving in the breeze, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. God bless America. Go vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the youngest mayor in America, Mayor of Arabi, Georgia, Brooke Huckabee, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, made proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Georgia's GOP chairman, Josh McCoon.
Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Ha! Let's get it started in here. Yeah. Lose control.
Hello, Georgia. Can you believe in just 2 days we're going to be able to say, you're fired? Early voting ended on Friday. We had 4 million people vote in Georgia. Can you cheer for me if you were one of those people? You know, Friday afternoon we were looking at the numbers, they were so good. And evidently the Democrats were looking at them too, because they thought it was so good they decided they wanted some overtime. They opened some offices in Fulton County and DeKalb County and other places. So 9 o'clock Friday night, we sued. Then they told us 9 o'clock Saturday morning in Fulton County they wouldn't let our poll watchers watch what was going on. So we raised some hell, and by noon, our observers were in the building. And just a few hours ago, I authorized a lawsuit to be filed in federal court in Savannah, Georgia, because we will not let them make 2024 2020. We will not do it. So let me just tell you this. Sounds like most of you voted. On Wednesday, those reporters back there, they're going to be writing a story, or you're going to be seeing it on the news. It's going to be one of two headlines. I don't want the headline to be Kamala Harris elected president. Do you? So here's what you've got to do. You have got to help me over the next 48 hours, because this is 48 hours for the next 4 years, for the next generation, for generations of our country yet to be born. If you voted, you need to get your family to vote. If they voted, you need to get your friends to vote. You need to get everybody you know that is going to vote for this decent man, this good man, this man who took a bullet for us, Donald J. Trump. And ladies and gentlemen, if you will join me in that cause for the next 48 hours, if you'll put everything else aside and make sure we get every freedom-loving Georgian to the polls, then the headline on Wednesday is going to read, Donald J. Trump, the once and future President of the United States. Let's go do it, Georgia. God bless you all. God bless Georgia. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Tyler Harper. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Agriculture Commissioner Tyler Harper.
Pour me another drink, 'cause I don't wanna feel a thing no more, hell no. I just wanna sip it till the pain wears off. Pour me.
I don't know about you, Middle Georgia, but I'm excited. And y'all need to get excited with me. I want to hear you. Who wants to send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in 48 hours? It's time to get excited. It's time to get off our butts. It's time to get on our feet. We got to work hard over the next 48 hours to put our country back on track. And ladies and gentlemen, it's up to us right here in Georgia. The White House runs right through our state, and with your help, we'll make sure Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, and we'll send him right back to the White House where he belongs. You know, as Ag Commissioner, I get to work with some really great people. I get to work with some of the best
in the country. I get to work with our nation's farmers and producers and ranchers. And you know, agriculture is national security, period. Providing the food, the fiber, the shelter we all rely on is national security. I don't know about you. I don't want to rely on somebody else to provide our food, our fiber, our shelter for us. We got to do that for ourselves right here at home in our own borders. But I can tell you, agriculture is at risk under this administration. We've seen net farm income decline over 40%. We've seen the largest agriculture trade deficit in our nation's history, over $30 billion. That means we become a net importer of food. That's the wrong direction, folks. That means we're heading down the wrong path. And even Kamala Harris, in her own words, has said that since COVID, food prices are up. And you know, our law enforcement unit at the department, we working with federal and state partners. You know, we captured a cartel drug bust of methamphetamine and celery that come right here to Atlanta, Georgia, because of their border policies. I don't know about you, but when we put Donald Trump in the White House, we're going to have border policies that don't let that kind of stuff happen. We're going to give our farmers the tools that they need to succeed. We're going to ensure that America continues to be successful. We're going to put our nation on the right track, and we will be secure once again because President Trump knows our farmers. He knows agriculture. He understands that it is our nation's national security and that protecting it is key. I've been in a number of meetings with the president where we have had that conversation together, and I know the president has a heart for our American producers, our American farmers, and our agricultural industry. But with your help, we can ensure that agriculture continues to be protected. We've been doing some of that right here in the great state of Georgia with the help. There's a number of state legislators that are here. The lieutenant governor you're going to hear from in a minute. But now in the state of Georgia, it is law. If you're a foreign adversary of the United States, you can't buy agriculture land in the state of Georgia no more. And those are the kind of policies with Donald Trump in the White House we'll execute nationwide. We'll ensure we protect agriculture. And in 48 hours, we're going to put America back on the right track. We're going to be respected on the world stage again. We're going to keep agriculture strong. We're going to make America great again. And so it's up to all of us. We got work to do over the next 48 hours, ladies and gentlemen. We got to get off our butts. We got to make sure everybody goes and votes. We have got to encourage our family, our friends, our neighbors to go vote. The future of our country depends on it. And with your help, and with us making sure in 48 hours, on Tuesday, the only thing, let me correct myself, on Tuesday, the mess of this current administration is going to be the only garbage getting hauled off in 48 hours. So let's make sure the garbage gets hauled off. Y'all help us. God bless you. God bless you what you're doing. Let's get out the vote. God bless America. God bless you. Let's get out the vote. Let's go vote. Let's make America great again. Y'all keep plowing. I'm going to keep plowing with you. Great to be with you. Y'all have a wonderful night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former 9th District Congressman, the Honorable Doug Collins.
All right, they tell me we had a Trump rally. I hadn't heard anybody yet. I tell you, he's in the air right now, but I'm ready to know one thing. Is Middle Georgia, is Macon ready for in 2 days that we're going to make 45, 47? You know, there's a lot that we can do, and there's a lot of things going on right now. But you know, when I look out across this audience right now, I see a lot of strong women. I see a lot of big patriots who are here. It's time, Macon, to get on your feet and get ready for the next president of the United States. When we understand what is at stake, then make no choice except the right choice. When we understand what is at stake, then it's no wonder why there's only one choice for the next president of the United States, and that's Donald J. Trump. You know, I've been seeing a lot of stuff on TV. I mean, maybe you in the back. Y'all been seeing this stuff on TV where they tell me that Harris is going to fix it. Well, I mean, I'm not real sure how you fix something you were the one that broke. So we're going to have a little audience participation tonight. Are you ready? I'm going to say what was broke, and you're going to tell me who broke it. Are we okay? Are we okay back here? I seem to find an open border on the south that is broken. Who broke it? I seem to see those that are being trafficked in drugs coming across our border into our communities, making us less safe. Who is the one that broke it? You know, I went into the grocery store and I see the price of eggs. I see the price of bread. I see the price of meat. And I have a vice president who tells me, well, you know, prices are higher. Well, you know what? There's a reason because of that. It's because the prices are broken, so who broke it? But you know, also I have a world that is looking on fire right now. I have Iran that thinks that we're weak. I have Hezbollah and the Houthis and others in the world think that America's not standing. I have Russia and China looking over the shoulder on a weak administration. And we left it, when Donald Trump left it, we were the strongest in the world, and we can be. So I have a question. Who broke our standing in the world? But here's the good news. Just as joy cometh in the morning, and in 2 days it's going to come. I'm telling you right now, the one who's going to fix it is Donald J. Trump. So if the border is broke, who's going to fix it? If the streets are not safe, who's going to fix it? If the prices are too high, who's going to fix it? If our standing in the world is down, who's going to bring us back? And right now I will tell you, as we look ahead, as we put our gaze higher, I see a country that is coming forth, just like I said during impeachment. He's put his head down. He's going to go forward. He loves you. He loves America. And we're going to do our part, because in 2 days, 45 becomes 47. And it's going to start here, right here. So there's only one thing left. Who's the solution to what we're looking for? So one last time, as you can hear us in the air, as we go away, there's one solution to our problem, one person who broke it, Harris broke it, and Donald J. Trump will fix it. Trump, 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 Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former United States Senator David Perdue.
Hello, Macon. I am so proud of you for being here tonight. I was born right here in Macon, Georgia. When President Trump said, where am I going to make my last stop in Georgia? I said, you only got one choice, Macon, Georgia. I got great news for you tonight. If we continue to do our job, the next president of the United States is going to be Donald J. Trump. When he was elected in 2016, 2 weeks after he was inaugurated, he had a meeting in the White House. I was privileged to be in that meeting. He laid out an agenda to get this country back on its feet again. He wanted to focus on regulation, taxes, energy, and yes, banking, to save our community banks. And you know what? We did. He pulled back on regulations. We passed a historic tax bill that allowed 7 million Americans to pull themselves out of poverty. We became energy independent, folks, after decades of sending all our money to the Middle East. And yes, he saved 4,000 banks. He made the world safer. He stood up to China. He stared down Kim Jong-un. He sanctioned Putin. He got us out of the Paris Climate Accord. He told NATO to pay up or we're out. He's got us out of the Iran nuclear deal. And folks, most of all, he told the world something when he moved the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. But look, if I have to tell you why you are here to support Donald Trump, I'm in the wrong meeting, y'all. But here's what we have to do. He's doing his part. He's outworking her. We know that. He has a plan. She doesn't. She has what CNN calls word salad. Folks, I know this man. I know his heart. He loves this country. He loves you. He's fighting for the working men and women no matter what the Democrats say that they stand for. That's what he wants. He came to Savannah, Georgia, and opened up a new platform. He called it a manufacturing renaissance. He knows how to get that done. Now it's up to us. The only thing that can stop him from becoming number 47 is us. If you haven't voted, you gotta vote. If you voted, you're not done. You gotta go get other people to vote. Get people you go to church with, people you party with, people you know, people you like, people you don't like. I don't care. Take them all. You gotta vote. He will do his part when we get him elected. I want to close tonight with something that's very special to me. When I left the United States Senate, it was a tough time for us as a country, for me as an individual. And I got a Bible given to me on the way out of the United States Senate by a new friend of mine. In the back of that Bible, in his own hand, Lee Greenwood wrote the following words. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died and gave that right to me. And I'll gladly stand up with you and fight for her still today, because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former United States Senator Kelly Loeffler.
Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes, 'cause I love our meals when I
Hello, Patriots! It's Georgia Trump country. Yes! Every single day, the Biden-Harris regime give us more reasons to vote them out. And it's not just their open borders that make our communities less safe. It's not just a socialist regime that bankrupts our families. Does anyone here watch The View? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. No way. You wouldn't watch The View. No way. Well, Mark Cuban was on The View last week. Yeah. So Mark Cuban says there are no strong, intelligent women that support Donald Trump. Okay, well, that's pretty shocking, because since when did Democrats know what a woman was? Anyway, you know, Kamala is too weak to apologize to women, and she has no backbone to stand up to Mark Cuban. So I stood up to Mark Cuban, and I said, you know what, Mark? I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a former CEO. I owned a basketball team. You know, I'll take you on. And look, here's what's going on in America. They are calling us garbage to distract us from their failures. Now, I've been around this state. I look at this beautiful audience. I don't see any garbage. I see amazing patriots who have endured 4 miserable years of a disastrous regime. I see hardworking Georgians who continue to fight against a corrupt system of career politicians that hate us. And we're standing up, and we're not going to take it anymore. So Donald Trump is here for all of us, whether you're a fry cook at McDonald's or a sanitation worker or just a hard-working Georgian. He is going to bring us all together and make America great again. Okay, so here's the deal. He doesn't have to do any of this. He could be anywhere doing anything, back at his great life. But he's here in the arena fighting for us. He's been attacked, slandered. They tried to bankrupt him, jail him, and assassinate him. But he got back up and told us to fight. Fight, fight. So here's the deal. We may not even deserve Donald Trump, but we desperately need him, okay? So here's how we can thank him on Tuesday. We are going to turn out and make sure he can tell Kamala Harris, Kamala, you're fired! All right, so you know the drill. On Tuesday, we are going to swamp the vote. We're going to get all our friends and family out to make it too big to rig, because Georgia is not going to let Donald J. Trump down, and we are not going to let this nation down. We know the drill. We can get it done in Georgia, and if we do our part, we're going to make Donald J. Trump the 47th President of the United States of America. God bless you, Georgia!
Welcome to the stage, Republican nominee for Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, Brian Jack.
Well, who is ready to make history in 36 hours? My name is Brian Jack. I am from Fayette County, Georgia, home of the incredible Fayette County Republican Party, which is well represented here, Nancy Holland, Councilwoman Brown. And I have spent the last 8 years of my life working for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. And with the support of many of you in this audience, particularly those of you from Upson County, Pike County, Lamar County, Spalding County, I stand before you, and by the way, I had the endorsement of President Donald J. Trump, without question, the most powerful endorsement in the history of Republican politics. I stand before you today as the Republican nominee for our congressional district. And we've had 2 elections thus far in Georgia, and we've had a turnout problem in each of them. In the primary election earlier this year, we had 11% turnout. In the runoff election, we had 8% turnouts. And we traditionally only have 67% turnout in presidential elections, which means, as you're sitting down, if you look to your left and right, statistically, one of you will not vote for president. I don't think that's the case. And if I can ask everybody to have a show of hands, who has already voted for Donald J. Trump? Wow. So my call to action to you, and you're going to hear it from every speaker today, is we've got to get out and vote, but we also have to persuade those few undecided votes, those few swing votes that are left. And because everyone here in the audience knows it, but we've got all the cameras on in front of us, I ask you, we have 2 candidates running for president. Never before have we had a greater contrast. Which candidate running for president already gave us the greatest economy in the history of our country? And he did that by passing the largest tax cuts, by achieving historic deregulation, and by unleashing America's energy potential. So the economy is settled. When it comes to immigration, which candidate already gave us the most secure border in the history of our country? And which candidate for president will work closely with Austin Scott, Andrew Clyde, Mike Collins, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and myself in Congress to finally pass legislation that requires proof of American citizenship when you vote in an American election? And on foreign policy, because I think that's the sleeper issue, if you will, for the next 36 hours, I'm reminded, and I think each and every one of you knows, which candidate for president was the first president in nearly 50 years to not start any new wars. So it should be very clear, it should be very simple for those that may be undecided. But if for any reason someone's still undecided, I leave you with one final closing thought. Donald Trump took a bullet for us. The least we can do is get out and vote for him. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Andrew Clyde.
Hello, Georgia. I'm Congressman Andrew Clyde. How many people here believe that Jesus Christ is Lord? Yeah! I am definitely at the right rally. In Ecclesiastes 10:2, God speaking through King Solomon said, "The heart of the wise inclines to the right, but the heart of the fool to the left." How many of you incline to the right? They say that the South is the Bible Belt, and I think that Georgia must be about the buckle of the Bible Belt. In Ephesians 6:14, it talks about the belt of truth, which is part of the armor of God. And that's what truth is. It's armor, and it allows us to defend ourselves against lies. You know, I've seen a lot of lies in Washington, D.C., and I've seen a lot of lies on the campaign trail. But in an unscripted moment of truth, Joe Biden offered us just a glimpse of what Biden-Harris thinks about Americans who support President Trump. Biden said, "The only garbage I see floating out there are his supporters, so the left thinks of us as garbage." You know, there's an old saying, one man's trash is another man's treasure. That's right. Where Biden-Harris thinks of us as trash, Donald Trump thinks of us as treasure. And that's what you are. You are treasure. The American people are treasure. And on Tuesday, that treasure is going to send Donald Trump back to the White House. Both candidates have proven records. The Biden-Harris record is one of failure, and they lie about it. 40-year high inflation, wide open borders, and increasing crime. Kamala said she wouldn't change a thing. Illegal alien crime is making our nation unsafe. Just look at the brutal murder of 22-year-old Laken Riley in my hometown of Athens by a Venezuelan illegal alien admitted into this country by the Biden-Harris parole program. Just this week in my district in Habersham County, we had another United States citizen, a beautiful 25-year-old woman, a mom. Her name was Mimi Rodriguez Ramirez, brutally murdered by an illegal alien from Mexico. That alien came here in March 2021 through the wide open border caused by Biden's executive orders. Biden reversed President Trump's secure border policies. The murderer was one of those gotaways. Another avoidable tragedy caused by border czar Kamala. We don't need to be importing criminals. We need to be deporting criminals. And President Trump will close that open border and deport those criminal illegal aliens. What border czar Kamala has broken, President Trump will fix. The way I see it, every alien that crosses our borders illegally is a criminal, every one of them. The first thing they did was break the law, and everyone should be deported. It's time to MAGA illegal aliens, and that means make aliens gone again. By unleashing the liquid gold under our feet, opening Alaska to drill baby drill, and by exporting liquid natural gas, we will make affordable gas again. By reducing the size and scope of government, perhaps make Elon Musk the first secretary of the Department of Cost Cutting. He will make affordable government again. What Kamala Harris has broken, President Trump will fix. Y'all vote Trump on Tuesday and send him back to the White House. Thank you. Soli Deo Gloria.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Alston Scott.
Boy, it's good to see all of y'all here in Central Georgia. You know, we're right down the road from Robins Air Force Base, and some people who are watching this might not recognize Georgia has 9 major military installations. 9 military installations. And you know what the men and women, their families want that work at those installations and serve on those installations? More than anything, they want peace. And peace comes through strength. And let me tell you something. I want a president that my enemies are afraid of. And I don't care if you're a liberal, you want a president that your enemies are afraid of too. You just aren't smart enough to know it yet. Now, I want to remind you, when Donald Trump was president of the United States, something happened that people said couldn't happen. And we got to watch as leaders from the Middle East and around the world came to the White House, your White House, my White House, America's White House, and our President, Donald J. Trump, and we signed the Abraham Accords. Nobody else but Donald Trump could have gotten that done. What do we have in the Middle East today? We have chaos. We have chaos. Peace through strength from men like Donald Trump that we're blessed to have, and we have chaos from people like Kamala who can't decide who the enemy is and who the friend is. Well, let me tell you, Israel is our friend, and Hamas is our enemy. It's not that hard, Kamala. And the indecisiveness leads to chaos, and chaos leads to terror, and terror leads to death. It's chaos over there. It's chaos over here. Look at what she did at our border. You couldn't mess the border up that bad unless you tried to. I call it borders by Kamala. Borders by Kamala. Trump fixed it. She did exactly what she wanted to with it. She designed it exactly the way it is. And now she's come out and said she's for a border wall. Well, now she spent her whole career saying she was opposed to it. And I'm just wondering, was she lying then or is she lying now? Let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just America that's counting on us to elect Donald Trump. It's the whole world. The world depends on us for national security. We need a decisive leader in the White House who knows who our friends are and who our enemies aren't. And we need a White House that our friends respect and our enemies fear. And Donald Trump delivered that before, and he'll deliver it again. And I'm just telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to vote Trump one more time. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Congressman Mike Collins.
Hello, Macon! Holy cow, what a crowd! And I don't care, despite what Joe Biden thinks, everyone here is a great American. And y'all are going to help us take the garbage out on Tuesday. Y'all know what? If I may paraphrase a great rock and roll band out of Marietta, Georgia, I like my voters just a little on the trashy side. Y'all, I am Mike Collins, Congressman Mike Collins. I'm just a good old boy that made a living in the trucking business. And like Trump, I've spent the majority of my career in the private sector. But I want to tell y'all something, and I tell this everywhere I go because I'm extremely proud of this. Y'all, I bought my ticket on the Trump train way back in 2016 before he was a nominee, and I've been shoveling coal nonstop ever since. And after 9 years and one heck of a ride, Y'all couldn't drag me off this train for the final 2 days for nothing. And if I have to, I'll get out and I'll push that thing across the finish line. And you need to be in the same mindset. Because, folks, guess what? It's time to go vote. So do not, under any circumstances, let anything get between you and you casting your vote. I don't care if you're a long-haul trucker or a long-distance runner. You didn't go vote early, you better show up and go vote Tuesday, because we need you. Now, if you want to be able to afford a house, you want a secure border, if you just want your kids to be able to go to school and just learn, not get brainwashed, if you want the most expensive vehicle you operate to not be the grocery cart, then go vote. I'll put it to you this way, easier. If you don't want your daughters competing with men to use the bathroom stall or on the volleyball team, go vote. Because y'all, our country is crying to get back to the number one thing that Donald Trump said you never get tired of, winning. That's right. I mean, buying cars, going on vacations, buying houses. Every American, I don't care, brown, black, white, 2 college degrees, no college degrees. Trump's policies lifted all boats. Everybody was they're doing better than what they're doing now. You see, the media and the left, man, they've spent 10 years brainwashing Americans. Brainwashing Americans into hating Donald Trump. I mean, a man that literally took a bullet for this country. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you, Trump's not running against Kamala, y'all. No. Trump's running against a socialistic, big government, control everything about you, woke regime. These people want to change the culture and the very fabric of our country. This regime hates Donald Trump, but Donald Trump loves you and he loves this country more than they hate him. Y'all, this thing's gotten so bad that they're killing the pets. They're killing the squirrels. They're killing the raccoons. Our government under Harris and Biden has become so out of touch with its priorities as it's broken. When they send in SWAT teams for Peanut the squirrel, but not the criminal gangs, when they send money to our foreign countries, but won't take care of hurricane victims, well, only Trump can fix this. Y'all, we're going to do a few things. We're going to stop American families from losing sons and daughters to illegal, that's right, illegal aliens that are invading our country. We're going to stop the gangs. We're going to stop the fentanyl. We're going to stop the sex trafficking. Everything that these outside invaders are doing to destroy America, we're going to stop the destruction of this country with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House and an America First Congress that's going to have his back this time. I can see I'm out of time. At least I'm consistent. Y'all, I'm asking you something. Hunker down. Let's hunker down for these last couple of days. I need you to go do your part. I need you to make sure you vote. Make sure you take your friends. Make sure you take your family to vote. Because Tuesday's the final battle. We are in the end game now. You go do that. We'll put Donald Trump in the White House. We'll increase our majority in the Congress. We'll flip that Senate. And by God, we'll take our country back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
missing lines. I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the lions.
Oh, I love you too so much. Georgia, sweet Georgia, this is our home. This is our home. That's right. As a matter of fact, I was born in Milledgeville, and I was a little girl in Macon, Georgia. We need to talk about our history a little bit. Let's talk about it. For the past 8 years, we have been through so much together. It's been quite a ride, and Donald Trump, our former president, 45th president of the United States, has brought us on this ride. And it's important to recognize it. For years, the media and the Democrats have called him every name in the book, and they've called us every name in the book along with him. Never forget it was Hillary Clinton that declared we were all deplorable. And then they moved forward and they called us Nazis, and Kamala Harris called us Nazis. She called these rallies Nazis. Now, as the media and the Democrats have tried to tell America who Donald Trump is, we know exactly who he is because he was our president for 4 years. You can't lie to us. You can't lie. And you want to know what else you can't lie about? You can't lie to us about who Kamala Harris is either. We know exactly who she is. So we have two candidates, and let's talk about the past 4 years that we have been through. Never forget it was the Democrats that shut this country down during COVID. Never forget it was the Democrats who hurt people's speech. Free speech, they took it away. They shut down churches. They shut down beaches. They shut down playgrounds. They kept schools closed. If you're someone in this audience tonight and it's your first time voting, you lost prom, you lost your graduation, you probably lost your part-time job, your sports and your activities were shut down, and that happened through Democrats, and it should have never happened. But moving forward, let's talk about what they did with full Democrat control in Washington, D.C. Under Joe Biden, under Kamala Harris, under Democrats controlling Washington. They passed some of the most horrific bills that I had to vote no on. As they lecture America about supposedly women's reproductive rights, I want you to know that Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats passed a bill in the House twice that would legalize abortion to the day of birth. That is not a reproductive right. They are the party of radical, barbaric baby murder. That's right. This is not a party that's pro-women. This is a party that celebrates and promotes men pretending to be women coming into our bathrooms and our daughters' sports. This is not a party that is pro-women. As a matter of fact, this is a party that is destructive for women. And they have lied and lied to women in America, and it's wrong. And the right thing that we can do is to stand up for women. Because when we're standing up for women, we are protecting our women's sports. We are protecting our daughters from the lies of the left and protecting our sons. And the most important lie we have to protect our children from is the lie that you can change your gender to something else. These are the lies of the left, and these are the lies that they have told for the past 4 years. Now, I want you to imagine going forward if Kamala Harris were to become president of the United States. We would go forward in an America where you can better bet that trans men will become a permanent fixture in women's sports. We will go forward in an America under Kamala Harris's Department of Education where they would brainwash children to believe they can change their gender in every school in America. We would go forward in our country with wide open borders where under borders are Kamala Harris, they've already brought in tens of millions of people, tens of millions that have murdered Americans. Think of this. Think of this. The Democrats in New York City went in and raided a home to kill a squirrel. They did, to kill a squirrel. Yet it was the same state of New York that let the criminal illegal alien go that came to Georgia that murdered our very own Laken Riley. That's who the Democrats are. Now, if we go forward in America under Kamala Harris as president, she's going to give amnesty and citizenship to all of these illegal aliens that she has let into this country. And I want you to understand what that will do to us. See, it's not just people coming in to try to live their American dream. The American dream that we should be fighting for is your American dream. And that's exactly what President Trump is going to do. But we have to do this on Tuesday. If we don't convince the people that still may not want to vote, if we do not convince them to go in on Tuesday and cast their vote for President Trump, then we are looking at a future that looks very dark. A future of wide open borders, a future of economic disaster, a future of high taxes, a future that includes World War III. And you have to always remember it was President Trump who brought world peace. They can't lie about that no matter how hard they try. Now, my fellow Georgians and friends and family who are here today, we have been on this MAGA train for a long time, since 2016. And here we are, we're seeing it come to an end, and I know many of you in the audience tonight feel emotional about that, just as I do. My first Trump rally was right here in Macon, Georgia. It was. Years ago, and I can't believe that my last Trump rally on the campaign trail is right here in Macon, Georgia. But here is the message that you all need to understand. This is not the end. It's not the end. You see, President Trump is the father of our movement. He's the founding father of Make America Great Again. He's the founding father of America First policies that have turned the entire country and the world's focus back to how we should be governing. And we have a responsibility, at least my generation of politicians do, and so do many of my colleagues. You see, along with President Trump, when we elect him on Tuesday and put him back in the White House, right? We have a great responsibility to pick up this mantle along with him and carry it forward. This may be the last Trump rally in Georgia of this campaign cycle, but this is not the end of the MAGA movement. Oh no, this is only the beginning. And that's exactly what the Democrats and the media that hate us need to understand. We aren't going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. And here's the message that really needs to be understood across the aisle, is no matter the nasty names you call us, no matter how much you look down on us, no matter how much you want to lock us up and put us in jail, here's something you need to remember. You see, we're your brothers and sisters, your daughters and sons, your mothers and fathers, your cousins, your aunts, your uncles. We're your friends and your neighbors. And shame on every single one of you for treating us the way you have treated us for the past 8 years. We are not garbage. We are not Nazis. We are not fascist. We are not deplorable. We're Americans, and we love our country, and we love our fellow Americans. And we want the Democrats, the left, the media, and those that have been against us for all these years, we want them to understand something. You may hate the man that we support and we're voting for on Tuesday, but you need to remember to treat us with respect. You do. You need to treat us with respect. And our message back to you is this. You need to remember to love the country just like we do. And we need to fight for it together. Fight. You see, it wasn't too long ago, it was just a few months ago. Think about that. July 13th, President Trump was shot in the face in Butler, Pennsylvania. That should have never happened. He was impeached twice. That should have never happened. They've investigated him, they've indicted him, and they arrested him and locked him up in Fulton County. None of these things should have happened. No, none of them should have happened. And there's other things that shouldn't have happened to Americans. January 6, 2021 was not an insurrection. And there's people that have been locked up or still being prosecuted, have been put in prison for years. And the way our federal government has treated them is some of the worst things I've ever seen in my lifetime. They never did this to the violent BLM and Antifa protesters, did they? Rioters. No, they didn't. It's a hypocrisy that should never be forgotten. So as you go to the polls on Tuesday, I want you to carry this with you. Your government should never become tyrannical and lock you down, force you to take a vaccine, muzzle you with a mask. Your government should never become tyrannical to take away your rights and your freedoms. Your government should never become tyrannical to lock up people because they protested an election, because the elections belong to the American people. So on Tuesday, Georgia, let's vote for Donald J. Trump and send him back to the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former White House Press Secretary and Governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
What a great night to be in Georgia. And what an even better night to be a Donald J. Trump supporter. This is an unbelievable opportunity and such an incredible honor to get to spend this night with you talking about America's favorite president. When I started at the White House, and when the president named me his White House press secretary, I was the very first mom and only the third woman to ever hold that job. And in that role, the left and the Democrats relentlessly attacked me. They attacked my appearance. They attacked my intelligence. MSNBC host said that I was vile, unfit to be a mother, not even human. My family was kicked out of a restaurant, and another parent at my children's school spit on our car. The left, let me be clear, the left does not care about empowering women, but Donald Trump does. When the left was attacking me, when they were tearing me down, it was Donald Trump who stood up for me, defended me, and gave me confidence to step back on the stage and do my job. We were walking into a meeting after some of those horrible things had happened. The president stopped me, grabbed me, looked me directly in the eye and said, "Sarah, you're smart, you're tough, you're beautiful, and the only reason they attack you is because you're good at your job. Now get back to work." The left doesn't want to support women. They don't want to empower women. They want to empower themselves. But Donald Trump not only wants to empower women, he wants to empower every American, and he wants to fight for a country that means something, stands for something, and will bring stability and peace to the entire world. Donald Trump is the leader and the fighter that our country needs at a time when we need it the very most. The reason I know how much Donald Trump loves this country is because I got to see it every single day for 2.5 years, working alongside him, watching him take hit after hit and keep fighting, keep standing up, and keep making America great. Over the course of the 2.5 years that I spent at the White House, I traveled with the president literally all over the world. And on one particular trip, December 25th of 2018, I went on a trip that I will never forget. It was Christmas night, and we had just finished cleaning up wrapping paper that was shoved into every corner of our family's home, thanks to our 3 kids. When I walked out on my own family's Christmas, unable to tell them where I was going that night, because the place I'd be traveling was so dangerous they didn't want anybody in the world to know that the President of the United States was going to be on the ground even for a few hours. Yet we have men and women who serve there and sacrifice every single day, putting their lives on the line so that we can live in the greatest country the world has ever known. We boarded Air Force One in a way we never had before, in total darkness. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. And 12.5 hours later, when we landed in the war-torn part of western Iraq, it was a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only light you could see was coming from a dining hall where hundreds of troops had crowded in. They had gathered thinking they were having dinner with senior military leadership. They had absolutely no idea that the President of the United States was going to walk into that room. And when they did, a sight and a scene and a sound that I know I will never forget unfolded. You had people from every part of our country, every race, every religion, every political party represented in that room. But in that moment, in one perfect voice and in total unity, they chanted over and over again, USA, USA, USA. was a perfect picture of what makes America so incredible. You had men and women willing to put everything on the line to fight for our country, to fight for our freedom so that we could enjoy it. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back, he said, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And the president said, "And son, I'm here because of you." An incredible moment. And ladies and gentlemen, that young soldier deserves to know that he has a country back home that is doing their part in the fight for freedom, that is doing their part in protecting it, preserving it, and making sure we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation. Donald Trump will be the president that does that. Now, my guess is each one of you are here tonight because you love America. And I hope that you will remember why you love America. America is the greatest country that the world has ever known because we're the freest country the world has ever known, and we have to fight for that freedom. We have to protect it. And you have the ability to do that on Tuesday. Each one of us has a part to play in the fight for freedom. Not all of us are called to serve on the physical battlefields of Iraq. Not all of us are called to run for office, but we are all called to be part of the fight, to defend our country and make sure that our kids and grandkids get to enjoy it the same way we have. So when you leave tonight, don't just leave thinking what a fun time that you had. Leave here energized and committed to doing your part in the fight for freedom and making sure every single person you know shows up and votes on Tuesday. Unless, of course, they tell you they're voting for somebody other than Donald Trump, then you let them know the election's been moved to December and we don't need them. No pressure, Georgia, but the entire country is counting on you, and I know that you will deliver and you will do your part in the great fight for freedom. Thank you so much for being here, and let's put Donald Trump over the finish line. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Senator Marco Rubio.
I have to follow that. Oh, God. Whew. So great. What a great speech. What a great governor. What a great delegation. What a great state you guys are. We're not far from you in Florida. I want to start. This is a Trump rally, so we speak straight. I want to speak straight to you, okay? All right. When they called me about this yesterday, I want to be honest. When they said, yeah, we're doing this rally in Georgia, maybe you want to come up. It's not that far, you know, and I said, look, I don't know. I mean, right now, we're up 10-3 in the first half. And yeah. I said, I don't know if they're going to want to see me tomorrow over there, because right now my Florida Gators are eating the dogs. But they played the rest of the game, and Georgia went Georgia on us, and so I'm sure you're very happy to. For the 4th straight year, and so, but I said I gotta go. I have to be there. First of all, because they're going to be in a good mood, and second, because of what's truly at stake. Look, I thought I was going to come up here today and tell you about all the horrible things that are being said. I'll be honest. Look, there's always been bias in the media. I don't know if you guys know that. There's always been bias and I mean bias exists because every human being is biased. Okay, I'm biased. All right, we're all biased. But I don't think we've ever seen what we've seen in the last 10 days. This is nothing but a full-scale effort to do everything you possibly can at virtually every major media outlet in America to depress and suppress Republican votes and Trump voters and to undermine and prevent Donald Trump from being elected. I've never seen anything like it. It's a full-scale assault. Even yesterday, Kamala Harris was apparently on an airplane headed to Michigan. They called her, do you want to be on Saturday Night Live? And they made a U-turn, apparently left a bunch of people stranded waiting for her. I don't know how many people went to a rally anyway. She probably told them Beyonce was going to be there, so they all showed up and then, did a U-turn and went to Saturday Night Live, by the way, in violation of the law. But my only hope was, I hope she laughed on Saturday Night Live in front of millions of people just heard her laughing for a few minutes, because that's probably worth 2 to 3 million votes right there. But it's an all full-scale assault. I did a show this morning, and it's interesting. They take like a 5-second snippet of something Trump says and says, oh, he's calling for violence, or he's violent rhetoric. I said, violent rhetoric? He's the guy that's been shot at one time and almost assassinated the second. He's the violent rhetoric? They're the violent rhetoric. So, but all this is happening, but I want to focus on something in the limited time I have with you that's a little different, but the same in some ways. And that is what we're hopeful of. Look, my parents were born in Cuba. They came here in 1956. There's no way there's 4 Cubans here. That's not true. That's not true. 4? If there's 5, it's called a conspiracy. 4 is all right. It's manageable, manageable. By the way, I want to make clear, Mark Cuban is not Cuban, okay? I don't know how he got that name, but he's not Cuban. He's not Cuban. All right. So, and I'm an American by birth, they're Americans by choice. And let me tell you something, there isn't a day that goes by, and this sounds like maybe it's not true, but it really is. There isn't a day that goes by where I don't thank God that they came here and that this country existed, that it was the nation that was 90 miles from the shores of the nation of their birth. Because it was the only place in the world where anyone from anywhere could achieve anything by working hard and playing by the rules. And I'm telling you guys, as someone, I don't know, I never lived in another country. But I lived surrounded by people that did. And the people who have come from other places and know what life is like outside of Americans, they're the first ones to tell you, do you guys have any idea how special, how unique, how extraordinary the country that you have is? How extraordinary and special the United States is. And it is something that I think have been instilled in me my entire life, but it's what propelled me to want to serve in public office. And it's what I fear is at stake and what we're losing. Not because our people are the greatest people in the world. We're still a great people, capable of extraordinary things. But we've been led by people who have led us on the wrong path, the path of decline, the path of destruction. And we have a candidate running for president that at its core, what his message is, it's the most straightforward message you can ever have. What is the message of Donald Trump's campaign? He wants to make America great again. How is that offensive? How is that outrageous? How is it offensive to say that the #1 job of the United States government is to serve the American people and put them above anything else? When did that become offensive? That's common sense, and we need that again. We need a government led by people with a president that puts you before anything or anyone else. Since what is it offensive to say, look, we have a country, you have to have laws. If tomorrow you announced anyone who wants to come to America, please do, which is basically what's happened. But if you just basically said, from now on, anyone who wants to come, just come anywhere you want, anytime you want. Literally, 150, 200 million people would come. They would come here. But no country in the world would do that, except this one under this administration of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. And when you have 11, 12, 13 million people, yes, the majority of them are not criminals, but if 5% of 12 million people are dangerous criminals, that is a lot of dangerous criminals, and they're in our country, and they're doing damage now, and that needs to stop. How is it offensive to say that that is going to stop? And how is it offensive to say that we want America to be respected in the world again? They don't respect Joe Biden. They'll laugh at Kamala Harris. The world has spiraled out of control with Joe Biden. It'll catch fire under Kamala Harris. We'll have more wars and more conflict and less fear. So it is not radical and it is not outrageous to want a president that is feared and respected by our enemies and trusted by our allies, like Donald Trump. So, I am tired of bad news. I am tired of negative headlines about our country. I am tired of hearing the price of this is going up and more crime over here and more war over there and less respect for America. We are tired of the bad news. We want to live in an era of prosperity. We want to live in an era of safety and security. We want to live in an era of peace, and we want to live in an era of strength. We want an America that dreams big again. And for that, we need to elect Donald Trump. That's the stake in this election. That's the America I grew up in. That's the America my children, your grandchildren deserve to inherit. And there's only one way to do that. And that is you have to come out and vote. We have to come out and vote. And if we do, Donald Trump will not just be our 45th president, he'll be our 47th. And America will be great again for our children and for the future. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Burt Jones.
Summertime is finally here. That old ballpark man is back in.
What's going on, Macon, Georgia? I do appreciate Senator Rubio for being here today. Let's give him a hand. That was a great job. He reminded me he was a University of Florida grad when we were backstage, and he said he was a little concerned he wasn't going to get here. I told him there was no doubt. It was going to be fine. We welcomed you with open arms regardless, but how about them dogs on Saturday? The last time I was standing on this stage, it was about a month ago with a musical artist named Jason Aldean. And he and I were here to present a check for the hurricane victims. And because we partnered with Donald J. Trump, we raised those hurricane victims $7 million that night. I always like to say that because the media never reported it. But within 4 days of partnering with the president, we raised $7 million, and it's going to the hurricane victims. And we need to keep our thoughts and prayers of those hurricane victims in there because our state was hit hard. We had a great number of speakers tonight, and I do appreciate particularly our out-of-town speakers. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, didn't she do a great job tonight? Of course, Senator Rubio, he did a wonderful job. And I want to thank all of our congressional delegation as well as our legislators. Y'all please give them a round of applause, too. They did a great job. You know, earlier this week, I think the Biden-Harris regime referred to us as a bunch of garbage, I believe. Isn't that right? I tell you what, I can remember the first, I was a co-chair of the Trump campaign back in 2015. I co-chaired again in 2020. And I remember that first rally that we had here in Macon, Georgia. And it was just as big as it is right now. And I can tell you right now, if this is what they consider garbage, if this is what the Biden administration considers garbage, then I'll take this trash all day long. You know what I mean? I'll take it all day long, and I'd say put me in, coach, because if I want to go to battle, I want to go to battle with this crowd right here.
It is unbelievable. It is unconscionable that there is a party that refers to an entire group of people as garbage, as Nazis, as deplorable, as people who just cling to their guns and Bibles, I believe is what I heard. Isn't that right? No, I tell you what we love as Americans. We love cheap groceries. We love cheap gasoline and being energy independent. We love a closed border and not allow. And we love people to love our country as much as we love our country. Isn't that right? Those are just basic things that you would think that they would want, but they don't. Instead, they want to insult us when we don't agree with them. And they want to tell us that we're not right and that we should pay more at the gas pumps and we should pay more at the grocery stores and we should allow 20 million people unchecked and unvetted into our country and allow them to be citizens, right? But I don't know about y'all, but I'm sick and tired of that. And on Tuesday, we're going to change the direction of this country. And it's going to be by a man that has a simple message: make America great again. What is that? This race should not even be close. It should not even be close, because as we were voting on the issues, President Trump would win in a landslide. But this media crowd that we have back here, the national media crowd we have, they're the absolute worst. They're the absolute worst. They have villainized this man for the last 10 years, and they have been the reason that there's been 2 assassination attempts on him. They have been the reason, along with their coastal elites, that he has been prosecuted or attempted to be prosecuted by all these rogue DAs around the country. I know a little something about a rogue DA. I had one in Fulton County that tried to come after me as well. So guess what? I beat her too. So, because the truth will always set you free, and if the truth is on your side, you will win. And I want to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. This movement, this Make America Great Again movement, you need to take it all in tonight, because you will never see anything like it again. You will never see anything like it again, not in our lifetime. But fortunately, we're going to get to see him 4 more years in the White House starting Tuesday. So please, please, please go vote. Get your friends to vote. Get your family to vote. I've said it many times, if you don't have a friend, go make one between now and Tuesday. Get them to vote. God bless you, and let's make President Trump 45 to number 47 in this country. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Heisman Trophy winner and football legend, Herschel Walker.
Try to be best, cause you're only a man, and a man's got to learn to take it. Try to believe, though the going gets rough, that you gotta hang tough to make it.
Hello there. Hey. Hey, God is good, isn't he? Yes. So hello there, Macon. Hello there. I want to tell you, I grew up about 60 miles from here, and I said about 60 miles because I don't want anyone fact-checking me and know that there's a little bit more. And about 40 years ago, I met a young man that was just the way I grew up. He loved his family, and he loved this great country. And we hit it off. That young man was Donald J. Trump. Today, we both are a little bit older, but we both still have good hair.
And I can tell you 40 years ago, President Trump hasn't changed. He still loves his family, loves his country, and we're still friends. But our founding fathers risked everything when they stood up to the king. And men and women in our military sacrificed their life to help protect what our founding father gave us. And you know, Donald Trump is cut from the same cloth. He has sacrificed a lot for this country, and in so many ways. And it really disgusts me when I did hear them insult him with all these names. One of them, they call him a racist. Oh, yes, well, no. Wait. And if y'all haven't noticed, I'm black. But I've had some people on the left that said that I wasn't black. And now they've thrown all these bogus lawsuits after me, trying to bankrupt him. And they've tried to throw him in jail. And with this hateful rhetoric, they've had people to take shots at him, try to kill him. But man can't stop what God got in store for you. So let us not let Donald Trump down, because he's not going to let us down. Donald Trump times in office, we had a great economy. We had a secured border. Crime was down. There was no men and women's sports. And other countries respected us. Now think about this. Would you like for me to compete against your daughter? And many of you may not know, I'm back in school at the University of Georgia. And I was on campus when Macon Riley was killed. And she was killed from an illegal gang member because of the Biden-Harris weak or no border policy. While Donald Trump can't bring Macon back, but he can help her family and help us to stop this illegal immigration. And he can help us to stop all the criminals from coming into our country. We need to have Donald Trump's back because he's got our back. And then we can take our country back. And I've heard our opponent call us garbage. They said that we were garbage. Well, they can call us garbage all day long. They can call us anything they want, because in the great book that I read, it said, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. And if they wanted to fact check me, that is in Isaiah 54:17. And as Michael Jackson said in his song, The Man in the Mirror, that we can make a change. But that change is gonna come if y'all get out and vote. So if you haven't voted, you need to get to the polls right away. And as Bert said, bring a friend, bring a relative, bring whoever, because we have to take our country back. And Donald Trump is not just my friend, he's your friend. And it is time for us to step up to the plate. It is not time for us to sit on the sideline anymore, because when you see what they're doing to this country, you say it's a dying shame. And it is time for it to stop, and it stopped on Tuesday when we get to the polls and we vote for my friend and your friend, Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump, Donald J. Trump.
Let's take our time tonight, girl. Above us are the stars.
stars are watching. There's no place I'd rather be in this world. Your eyes are where I'm lost in. Underneath the chandelier, we're dancing all alone. There's no reason to hide what we're feeling inside right now. So baby, let's just turn down the lights and close the door. Ooh, I love that dress, but you won't need it anymore. No, you won't need it no more. Let's just kiss till we're naked, baby. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. Versace on the floor. Ooh, take it off for me, for me, for me, for me now, girl. I'll unzip the bag and watch it fall while I kiss your neck and shoulders. No, don't be afraid to show it all. I'll be right here ready to hold ya. Girl, you know you're perfect from your head down to your heels. Don't be confused by my smile, 'cause I ain't never been more for real, for real. So just turn down the lights and close the door. Ooh, I love
Oh, believe me, for those enduring young chums that I gaze on so fondly today were to suddenly leave you or fly in the night, just like fairy gifts gone in the sky.
Just how you feel. You got to roll with the punches and get to what's real. Can't you see me standing here? I got my back against the wrecking machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen. Can't you see what I mean? Might as well jump. Might as well jump. Go ahead and jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Oh, hey you, who said that? Baby, how you been? You say you don't know, you won't know until you begin. So can't you see me standing here? I got my back against the wrecking machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen. Can't you see what I mean? Might as well jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Might as well jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Jump. Might as well jump. Go ahead and jump. Get in and jump. Go ahead and jump. 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 not working hard. Yeah, right, picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak. Took my life from negative to positive, I just want y'all to know that. And tonight, let's enjoy life. Pitbull, Naya, Neo, that's right.
I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
Take advantage of the night, cause tomorrow I'm off to do battle, perform for a princess. But tonight, I can make you my queen and make love to you endless. It's insane the way the name growing, money keep flowing. Hustlers moving silent, so I'm tiptoeing. So keep blowing, I got it locked up like Lindsay Lohan. Put it on my life, baby. I'll make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And maybe I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything.
Reach for the stars, and if you don't grab them, at least you fall on top of the world. Think about it, cause if you slip, I'm gonna fall on top of your girl. What I'm involved with is deeper than the Masons, baby, and it ain't no secret. My family's from Cuba, but I'm an American. I don't get money like secrets. Put it on my life, baby. I'll make it feel right, baby. Can't promise tomorrow, but I promise tonight, darling. Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And maybe I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Grab somebody sexy, tell them, hey, give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight. Give me everything tonight.
Excuse me, and I might drink a little more than I should tonight. And I might take you home with me if I could tonight. And maybe I'ma make you feel so good tonight. Cause we might not get tomorrow.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest.
You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you gon' find yourself
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And the world's gonna know your name.
Yeah.
You can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile.
You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke.
Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try?
Do it for your country, do it for your name.
Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. Cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be the chain card hanging on your chest.
You can be a girl, you can be the war. You can be a champion hanging on the wall.
You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks.
You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and your body for
Standing in the Hall of Fame.
You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too much of love drives a man insane. You broke my will, but what a thrill. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I let you love what I thought it was funny. You came along and woo, now honey, I've changed my mind. This love is fine. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Kisses, baby. Feels good. Hold me, baby. Well, I want to love you like I love you should. You're fine, so kind. Got to tell this world that you're mine. I chew my nails down and I twitch all my thumb. I'm real nervous, but it sure is fun. Come on, baby. It drives me crazy. And it's just great balls of fire. Kisses me, baby. Feels good. Hold me, baby. Well, I want to love you like I love you should. You're fine, so kind. Got to tell this world that you're mine. That you're my nails and I twit on my thumb. Real nervous, but it sure is fun. Come on, baby, drive me crazy. It's great, it's just great balls of fire.
You don't own me. I'm not just one of your many toys. You don't own me. Don't say I can't go with other boys. And don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to say. And please, when I go out with you, don't put me on display. 'Cause you don't own me. Don't try to change me in any way. You don't own me. Don't tie me down, 'cause I'd never stay. I don't tell you what to say. because you can. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair, with ivory skin and eyes of emerald green. Your smile is like a breath of spring, your voice is soft like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. He talks about you in his sleep, and there's nothing I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. And I can easily understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him just because you can. You could have your choice of men, but I could never love again. He's the only one for me, Jolene. I had to have this talk with you. My happiness depends on you, and whatever you decide to do, Jolene. Jolene, 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 I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 please don't take him even though you can. Jolene, Jolene.
This is a man's world. This is a man's world. But it wouldn't be nothing, nothing, nothing without a woman or a girl. You see, man made the car to take us over the road. Man made the train, carry the heavy load. Man made the electric lights to take us out of the dark. And man made the boat for the water. Like my Bible said, Noah made the ark. This is a man's world. Ow! But it wouldn't be nothing, nothing, nothing about a woman or a girl.
L'uomo rincorre il potere, ma lui non sa e il grande limite ad essere come si parla. Nel palmo stringe un'idea che non vive, che nella sua fantasia volle, se non si accorge che poi nulla più senza te, si vive solo per sé.
Man thinks about a little bit of baby girls and a baby boy. Man make them happy because man make them toys. But I
Selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men know the rich men. I wish politicians would look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men north of rich men. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Please, 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 please. Please, please, please. Honey, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love, I love you so. Baby, you did me wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senior Trump Advisor Stephen Miller.
What a beautiful night here in Georgia. In just 2 days, the great state of Georgia is going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. And the results are going to come in fast, and they're going to come in early, because Georgia is going to deliver a landslide for President Trump. In just 2 days, you are going to end 4 brutal, painful years of record inflation, record illegal immigration, humiliation abroad, embarrassment at home, degradation, abuse, censorship, and betrayal of the highest order. You're going to end it all, and you are going to send Donald J. Trump to the Oval Office to clean up Washington, to restore America, and to put America first. Right here in this state, a beautiful, incredible young woman was stolen from her family and stolen from her loved ones by Kamala Harris, who let a monster into this country, who murdered her. You know that beautiful victim's name, Laken Riley. We are going to deliver justice for Laken and justice for every American who has suffered because of Kamala Harris. What kind of government, what kind of leader would do what Kamala Harris has done to her own people? To let people into this country illegally, gang members, criminals, killers, rapists, murderers, to attack our own people. Hell no, we are not going to take it anymore. We're going to elect a man who puts our families first, our children first, our country first, our hopes first, our dreams first, who is not going to let any illegal aliens take any more American lives. We're going to protect our children again in this country. I want you to think about what Donald Trump has endured for you, for all of us, for our country these last 9 years. Since the day he stepped down that escalator in Trump Tower, one hoax after another, one witch hunt after another, one lie, one phony fake scandal, one abuse after another, one lawsuit after another. They tried to take away his business. They tried to take away his freedom, and they even tried to take his life with not one, but 2 assassination attempts. And through all of that, through everything they hurled at him, did he ever once give an inch? Did he ever waver? Did he ever surrender? Did he ever back down? Did he ever give in? Did he ever relent? Did he ever falter? Did he ever in any way show one sign of giving in? Or did he stand up strong and tall and proud and raise his fist into the air and declare for the whole world that we will fight, fight, fight? Now it's your turn, Georgia. You need to fight. You need to dig in. You need to work for 2 more days. You need to get your friends, your family, your coworkers, everyone you know in this world. And you need to say, we're going to flood the polls on Tuesday as this nation has never seen. And we are going to deliver a margin for Donald Trump, because we're going to show Kamala Harris that she is not the future. You are the future. Donald Trump is the future. America is going to reclaim its destiny. Donald J. Trump is the candidate of destiny. And I believe, like all of you, I believe in fate. I believe in destiny. I believe that God has a plan. And I believe that we are ready to have Donald J. Trump back in the White House. And so it all comes down to this, Georgia. And this is what I'm going to leave you with. 9 years, 4 years now of pain and betrayal, all the lives that have been lost, all the homes that have been shattered, all the tears that have been shed, all the suffering, all the pain, all the anguish that has been inflicted on this country, all the people who've been beat down and punished and left behind, the law-abiding citizens of this country who've been sneered at and disdained by this government, by Kamala Harris. All that pain, all that suffering, guess what? Tuesday, you get to deliver justice. You get to deliver the future you deserve. You get to deliver an America that is honest and free again. And so, Georgia, let me ask you, and I want you to answer so loud that Kamala can hear you. Are you ready, Georgia, to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House? Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Majority Leader of the United States House of Representatives, Representative Stephen Scalise.
Whatever it takes, 'cause I love the adrenaline in my veins. I do whatever it takes, 'cause I love how it feels when I break the chains. Whatever it takes.
do in Macon, Georgia? What an amazing fired up crowd. Of course, Stephen Miller just got you fired up. I think you're a little bit excited about the speaker that's going to be coming out in a few minutes. He was the 45th, and he's about to be elected the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Now, I don't have to tell any of you what is at stake in this election, but I do want to add, each and every one of you in these next 2 days, you all know somebody that maybe isn't sure if they're going to vote, and maybe somehow, if it's possible, isn't sure who they're going to vote for yet. And that's what your mission is these next 2 days. We have all got to leave it out on the field, because I can tell you, I have been watching him these last few weeks. Donald Trump is leaving it all out on the field for you. He is not slowing down. He's doing 4 rallies a day in every swing state, every swing district. He is fired up. He is ready to save this great country. I know you're ready to save this great country. We have all watched in disgust as they took a secure border and opened it wide up and let not just 10 million people, but let violent criminals, murderers, people on the terrorist watch list in. And they lied about it. They said, no, this isn't what's happening. None of those people are coming across. And it was the Border Patrol agents who told us, because they don't want an open southern border. They want to be able to do their job. They're even risking their lives to keep the cartels out, to keep the drugs that are killing people in every community out. That's why the Border Patrol Council just 2 weeks ago endorsed Donald J. Trump for President of the United States. They know he did it before. Kamala and Joe broke it, and Donald J. Trump will fix it. It wasn't that long ago, maybe 5 years ago, when you were paying less than $2 a gallon for gasoline. Seems like ages ago, but it was just one president ago. And it's just one president away from getting back to those days, because when Donald Trump's president, we're going to have energy independence again. Are y'all ready for that? They turned it over to the Saudis, to the Russians, to the Iranians, who use their billions from oil to go and fund all the Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, all the people that are attacking Israel, attacking our friends, and attacking America. We've had enough of their crazy leftist policies. Now, let me tell you this, because I see a lot of young people in this crowd. Look at all these beautiful young people. Because a lot of times people say, why do we do this? Why do we risk so much? Why does Donald J. Trump risk all the things he's dealt with? He's got wealth, he's got fame, he's got success. He could go off into the sunset, and yet he doesn't. He takes all the crazy stuff they've done to try to put him in jail. People will try to assassinate him. All the things that have happened, why does he do it? He surely isn't doing it for himself. He's doing it, and you're not doing it for yourself either. You're doing it for these young kids, because every generation in America has had better opportunity than the one that came before. And we are not going to let them take away the American dream and the opportunity for these young kids in the crowd. They deserve the same shot at the American dream. Kamala talks about an opportunity society, and they say, what does it mean? And she doesn't even know, because she can't tell you what she stands for. She says she's for a secure border when you know she's not. She's even for fracking when you know she's not. She wants to mandate EVs. She wants to tell you how to live. She wants to raise your costs and raise your taxes. Are we going to let that happen? I know Georgia's not, but it all comes down to what we do in the next 48 hours. So we have got to leave it out on the field. Why? Because America, while it's a dream, while America's an idea, America is a living, breathing embodiment of our people, over 300 million people that want better for ourselves. It's why people come here from other countries, and they're going to do it legally, not illegally. And if you came here illegally and you're committing crimes, you're going to be sent back home. Donald Trump's going to do that too. But more than anything, Donald Trump is going to restore the promise of America. He's going to restore what's great about this country so we can be proud again. We can be strong again. The bad guys will be on the run again, and our allies will know we have their back. Let's return the greatness of America that we all know is there, that shines deep within us all, and let's give that opportunity to these young kids so they can enjoy the American dream just like we all have and our forefathers have. Let's return this country to greatness. Let's make America great again. Let's elect Donald Trump. We're going to do it in 2 days, Georgia. God bless you. God bless this United States of America.
I love you so. Baby, you did me wrong. Well, you done me wrong. Oh, you done me wrong. Well, oh, yeah, my love, now you're gone. I love you so. I just wanna hear you say Honey, please don't. Oh, yeah. I love you so. Take my hand. I wanna be your lover man. Oh yeah, good God Almighty. Honey, please don't. Well, oh yeah, I love you so. Please don't go. I love you so. Please, please.
harm you. But if you could heal a broken heart, wouldn't time me out to charm you.
What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we the people choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
I come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
Making rock and roll. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and I'll tell you, I love this state. I love Georgia. I love Georgia. And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible place with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's what you are. You are hardworking. You're great. We know how good you are. And we're bringing this country back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. I'd like to begin by asking you a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? With your vote on Tuesday, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring back the American dream. We're just 2 days away from what will be the most important political event in the history of our country. I believe that. But you have to do one little thing. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. The only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get out, finish it. You know, we're on the 5-yard line, maybe even the 1-yard line. We're right there. We had a tremendous number of early votes, a record-setting number, records like nobody can believe. Thank you. But all I can say is on Tuesday, just go out and vote, and we're going to close this thing out, and it's going to be party time. It's going to be party time. And this is really all you need to know. Kamala broke it, and I'll fix it, and we'll do it very quickly. America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. We start from a very bad place. We're a nation in decline. We're a nation in decline like we've never seen a decline. What they've done to our beautiful country is just so horrible. And we have so many senators, so many congressmen and women, and we have so many great people in the audience, and they're working with me. We're going to bring this back like never before. Nobody's going to believe it. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to bring it back so fast. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of gross incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. This will be the golden age of America. What a beautiful, isn't that a beautiful term? Think of that, the golden age. This will be the golden age of America. Think of that, how beautiful that sounds, and it's true. Remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than Saudi Arabia, than Russia, than anybody. And I told a great guy, RFK Jr., Bobby, I said, Bobby, you work on women's health, you work on health, you work on what we eat, you work on pesticides, you work on everything. The one thing you have to let me do, Bobby, I got to work the liquid gold. You're not going to touch that. We don't want too much advice. We don't want too much advice, Marco, on the liquid gold. We're going to pay off our debt. We're going to do things that you wouldn't believe, and we're going to give you, I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. You'll get still more. We're going to make our country so competitive. On Tuesday, you have to stand up and tell Kamala or Harris. You know, when I say Harris, nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. I said, Harris was out tonight. Who's Harris, sir? Nobody knows who she is. But on Tuesday, you have to stand up and tell Harris that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're the worst vice president in the history of our country. It's the worst administration in the history of our country. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a big place. This place is packed, and you have more people outside. I always ask this. Would anybody like to give up their ticket to somebody outside? No? Would anybody like to hand over their gun to Kamala? Is there anybody, one person in this giant, tens of thousands of people, one person would like to hand out their gun? You'd be famous for the rest of your life. That's what she wants. She wants to confiscate your guns. You know that. With your vote, we are going to win Georgia. We are going to defeat Kamala. And we are going to make America great again. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon its people. What she has done is not acceptable. It's so bad. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants. I mean, we have migrants pouring in here by the tens of thousands that are criminals from jails, from mental institutions, terrorists. They come from mental institutions, and they come from insane asylums, and they come from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo. Lots of people coming from the jails of the Congo, stealing countless American lives, and they do nothing about it. These are open borders. They come in totally unchecked and unvetted. Just days ago, right here in your state, an incredible 25-year-old mom, beautiful mom, named Mimi Rodriguez Ramirez, was kidnapped from a Walmart parking lot that was safe. She was horribly abused and murdered, violently murdered. A week later, her body was dumped on a road. It was found by the police in condition that they said they've never seen anything like that before. The animal who murdered Mimi was an illegal alien who came to Georgia to maim and kill people. It made no difference who they were. Mimi leaves behind a 9-year-old daughter and her absolutely wonderful mother, Carmen. Yesterday, my friend, a very wonderful man and a very patriotic and philanthropic man, said he had the fortune to make a lot of money, and he gives a lot of his money away. He's just very amazing. In fact, he made contributions to Georgia with your hurricane problems, and he made tremendous contributions to North Carolina, Alabama. Think of all these states, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida. What a horrible thing that was. But my friend's name is Steve Witkoff, and he reached out to Carmen when he heard about it. And I'd like to ask Steve, he doesn't know I'm going to do this, and he may not want to speak in front of 40,000 people because I don't know if he's ever done it before. But Steve is just this incredible guy, and if it's okay with you, Steve, I'd love to have you come up and say some wonderful things about Mimi and Carmen and that incredible family that's been decimated. Steve Witkoff.
Hello, everyone. The President is a lifelong friend of mine, and he is one of the best men I have ever known. I speak about him often, and I like to tell people about his humanity, his sensitivity, his empathy. I am a member of a very bad club. It's the club of parents who have buried their children. When my son Andrew died, there was one person who supported me unconditionally. That was President Trump and his wife, Melania. We were having a conversation, and I told the President that my son Andrew leads me to others who have been in distress. Several days ago, that happened again. As a member of this audience, Josh McCoon, who you heard earlier, was a great guy, told me about a Georgia woman, Mimi, who had been murdered. I told the President the circumstances, and he was shaken. He asked me what we could do about it and told me to reach out to the family and do whatever we could. I flew to their home tonight to pick them up and bring them here, and they are here tonight. Distraught and sad, but I believe uplifted, and they are Trumpers and have voted for him in this election, all of them. Because they remain hopeful, as they told me earlier, that even after this terrible tragedy, this president, when he becomes president on Tuesday, can bring us out from the abyss. Let me tell you briefly about Mimi's family. They are hardworking, from Puerto Rico, living in Georgia, making a home for themselves. They never imagined their beautiful daughter would be killed by someone who did not belong in this country. On your behalf, Mr. President, we have raised their family money and we have given it to them tonight, and we will watch after them in the future. I can promise you that, in your direction. Carmen, please come up to meet the next President of the United States.
My name is Carmen Ramirez. I'm the mother of Minelli Zoe Rodriguez Ramirez. She was murdered the last Tuesday. I lose my daughter, but I don't lose my faith. And I know Donald Trump is the best choice for the USA. And not the best choice. He's the only one we need to save our country. I just want to let you know that everybody has to go and vote. Because just for talking and don't vote, we don't do nothing. Take your friends, take your children, 18 years old. Everybody has to vote. Because that's the only way we're going to save us country. Okay? And I want to let you know that Donald Trump is not a choice. It's just the number one. And Jesus let me come over here today to let you know that I have a 25-year daughter with a lot of life. And somebody stopped her life. And we have to stop with this and keep going with Donald Trump. I meet Donald Trump in person. He's the most wonderful person that I see, that I know right now. He helps us. He be with us all the time as this happen. And he always be there for my family. That's why we always got to be for him all the time. Thank you for everything. Thank you, and don't forget to go and vote. God bless America. Please make America great again.
Wow, what a job. What beautiful words. Can you imagine? I don't think it's her first language, and she spoke better than any person whose language is that particular language. That was incredible. Wow. And I can tell you, Carmen, that Mimi is looking down on you right now, and she is so proud. She's up there in the beautiful sky, well beyond the clouds, and she is so proud of you. What a job you did. Well, it's not easy either. Can you imagine through the grief to do something like that? And we are so sorry for your loss. It's unbelievable. We're going to get that stopped. We're going to stop it. This is happening every day. Soon it'll be every hour. It's just, we're going to stop it. We hold Mimi in our hearts forever. And we'll be your friend, Carmen. We'll be your friend and your family's friend. Thank you. Thank you very much. These terrible atrocities against our citizens are happening every single day in cities and towns all across America. I want you to hear directly from another mom, great mom also, wonderful woman who I met just a week ago. Border Patrol gave me this incredible endorsement. They said, he's the greatest president in the history of our country. I said, does that include Lincoln, Washington? And yes, sir. But then I told the story, but then one of the guys got up and he's 37 years old. He said, he's the greatest president in my lifetime. I didn't like that. He's 37 years. I like the other one much better. The greatest ever. No, the Border Patrol is great. They're incredible people, and they gave us a full-throated endorsement. And they have every year, frankly. They've always endorsed me, and they're incredible patriots. Them and ICE and law enforcement and our sheriffs. Our sheriffs are great. Police all over the country. They are really respected by everybody, but they don't understand because they don't get treated properly. And we're going to treat them properly, and they're going to solve our crime problem very easily. It's what they want to do. They're dying, you know what? They're dying to do it. They watch these stores being robbed, guys walking out with refrigerators, 500 thugs going into a department store, cleaning it out, some of them with refrigerators on their back. And they want to do something, but they're told to stand down, don't even think about it. You'll lose your pension, you'll lose your house. You lose all your money, you lose your family. And we're going to free them up to stop the crime in our cities and stop the crime in our country. And they know, I have to say, you know, somebody said, well, how would you do this? Because obviously we have to deport these murderers and drug dealers and terrorists. We have terrorists coming into our country at levels we've never seen before. You know, in 19, if you look at the numbers issued by the Border Patrol, in 2019, a Trump year, and I don't even agree with these numbers. They said I had 0 terrorists. Oh, by the way, bring down that board, please. Just my favorite board in the whole world. My favorite board in the whole world. I assume it's up there. Is it up there, Mike? Yeah. So I love that chart. I love that graph. I sleep with it every night. I hold it tight. But it saved me, because if I didn't make that sharp turn to the right to look at it, I would not be with you tonight. So if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that was my last day in office. And after I left, all they had to do is leave it the way it was, remain in Mexico. You think it was easy to get Mexico to say, oh, sure. They said no. They laughed at me when I first proposed it. And within about 10 minutes, they were saying, we would love to do it, sir. I said, I'm going to put tariffs on every car and everything you send into the United States if you don't do it. And they not only that, they gave us thousands, tens of thousands of soldiers free of charge, everything free. I wanted it free. And tremendous crime is coming through. But that was in 2019. They said we allowed 0 terrorists. It had terrorists 0. And it was good, but I think it has to be a little bit. But the following year, it was 16 or 19 terrorists. Now it's thousands of terrorists. They're coming from the Middle East and all over the world. Some of the worst in the world. We know the names. We have no idea where they are. But our local law enforcement does, you know. People say, well, how are you going to ever find? Our local sheriffs and law enforcement people are incredible, and they're dying to do the job. And they know their middle names. They know their addresses, where they come from. They know everything, and they're going to help us. And we're going to have the largest deportation of criminals in history. But I want you to hear directly from another incredible mother whose world has been shattered just recently also because Kamala let savage, illegal alien murders into our country through the open border. She has an open border, unvetted, unchecked, an open border. Please.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her. We're best friends. Yeah.
We're going to shake it again.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in her bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cop cars with lights on. I see yellow tape, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, left with no pants. And I know in my heart, she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
We begin with two men we're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended, then released by Border Patrol less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungare are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Kamala Harris was in charge of immigration in our borders. If we had better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies, I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her being vice president of this country, my daughter's life was ripped away from her. She had her entire life ahead of her.
Happy birthday, dear Jocelyn.
My daughter is 6 feet in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter. She failed Jocelyn. You know, she was only 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
But isn't that just terrible? And this is taking place thousands of times a year, different forms, different ages, different types of crime, but ultimately ending in all cases in death, needless death. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins immediately. And when you vote on Tuesday, remember this: Kamala is importing illegal alien rapists and murderers, draconian monsters who are killing our children, our brothers, our sisters, our parents, our friends. They're willing to kill anyone, these people. They are true evil. When I win, I will not let these animals into our country any longer. I will not let them spill one more drop of precious American blood. And I just want to thank you, Carmen. And Jocelyn was so incredible. The mother is devastated. It's like devastated. She was devastated. You can never really be the same, can you? Just the people say, oh, time. Sometimes with time, a lot of times with time, it only gets more difficult. The United States is now an occupied country. Think of that. We're an occupied country. This is thousands of people all over our towns and cities, countryside, having military-grade weapons, sometimes higher than military-grade. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Where the hell do those weapons come from, right? But it will soon be an occupied country no longer. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? I'm saying our towns have been invaded and conquered, and that's what they are. Take a look at Aurora in Colorado. It's been invaded and conquered. And we have a radical left governor of Colorado who doesn't know what to do. I know what to do. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail. But first, we're going to see if it works out. We're going to kick them the hell out of our country because we don't want to take care of them. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13, equally violent. They like using knives to cut people up because knives are much more painful than a bullet. They did it in Long Island. You remember 2 young girls walking to school in the morning, beautiful 16-year-old girls, and they were grabbed by MS-13 and they were sliced into pieces and killed. And all I can say, it's really good that we have great law enforcement out there and that we were able to call ICE, because ICE took care of business. They took care of business. And Kamala wants to defund ICE. Think of that. She wants to, she said, she said, they're not nice people. They better not be nice people. They're nice people. They're going to have a lot of problems with living, but they are tough as hell, but they love our country equally as much. They love our country so much they just want to be able to do their job. So ICE and Border Patrol and all of you, sheriffs and law enforcement officers, and yes, firemen and sanitation men and you are on the A-list, all of you. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Can you imagine? That's when they ran it a little tougher. They weren't so politically correct in 1798. To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America immediately. And as we secure our borders, we will also rescue our horrendous, you saw the numbers on Thursday, horrendous economy. Yes, it's that bad. I always said that if it's going to happen, let it happen on their terms. The numbers were the worst that I've ever seen. 4 years of Kamala and Sleepy Joe have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. Her inflation disasters made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 a year in higher prices. That's inflation. That's what it's done. You know, inflation in a lot of quarters is called a country buster. It's a country buster. It busted Germany many, many years ago. Germany was busted with rampant inflation. It's a country breaker, country buster like almost nothing else. And yet, it's #1 rated on the polls, inflation and the economy. And what you just saw with beautiful, beautiful Jocelyn, Mimi, and Carmen, what you just saw is #2. No, I don't think so. I think #1 is stopping these people from destroying our country and stopping them right now. We'll handle inflation. We'll handle inflation. You know how we're going to handle it. We're going to drill. We're going to get energy costs so low. We're going to get you. We have more than any other country. More oil and gas. I call it liquid gold. That's what it is. That's why I say, Bobby, please enjoy yourself. Just leave the liquid gold to me, please. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. They got the biggest tax cut ever, biggest regulation cuts ever. We had a great administration, and I will say that I got you into no wars with countries that you've never heard of. And yet I defeated ISIS. I rebuilt our military, and I defeated ISIS in about 4 years less than these stupid generals like Milley and Kelly and Mattis. Sir, it'll take approximately 5 years to defeat ISIS. How about we did it in about 4 weeks? With the real generals. Just this week, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. So the reason I put it second on the list is I wanted you to meet these incredible mothers and these unbelievable families that are just decimated, because it's number one. It will always be number one to me, because I'm good at this stuff. I'll handle inflation. You'll be making so much money. All of a sudden, it'll just be beautiful. Because if we get your energy cost and your interest rates and a couple of things down, it'll be even better than it was. You know, we had the greatest, strongest economy in the history of our country. We're going to do it again, but even better. And now I know Washington. Now I know, because I went to Washington very few times in my life. I didn't know anybody. Think of that. I became president of the United States, and I didn't know anybody in Washington. That's a problem. So I had to rely on rhinos and some others, and some very good people, too. And we had a lot of great people. Look, our trade deals have been unbelievable. Nobody can believe it even. And so many other things. Our right to try, one of the greatest things, right to try. We got so much done. All the regulation cuts. We approved more regulation cuts than any president in history times 5. That's why you had the great job. That's why you had the great job numbers. And it's really why we were the envy of the world. We were going at levels that nobody's ever seen. We got hit by the China virus, and we took care of it. We did a great job. You know, we turned it over with the stock market higher than it was previous to the virus coming in. I mean, it was sort of an amazing thing. Nobody had ever heard about this. Nobody knew anything about it. All we knew that all over the world, lots of people were dying, and we did a great job. Never got credit for that. Got credit for the great economy. Got credit for knocking out ISIS and having no wars. I'm the only president in 82 years I had no wars. Remember crooked Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him, he'll create wars. Look at him, look at his attitude. Look at him, he's going to create wars. I said, no, my attitude is going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened, because they respected us. They respected us. But just this week, we had the worst jobs report in modern history, with only 12,000 anemic jobs created, and much of that was government jobs. We had nothing. You know, usually we hear 200,000 jobs were created, 250, 300, 350, 190, 100, 12,000. And they thought they could hold this report till after the election. And somebody released it, a whistleblower or somebody released it. But they released something far more sinister, because if you go back a few weeks, you remember they created 818,000 fake jobs. They didn't exist, and they put them down as though they did. So that instead of having today's problem, which is 12,000, which is like terrible, it looked okay. Not great, but it looked okay. So they created 818,000 fake jobs, and it was revealed 2 weeks ago, and the fake news media hardly picked it up. What a shame. That's a lot of fake news. Look at that. That's a lot. Wow. That's a lot of fake news, Mr. Chairman. That's a lot, huh? I can't believe it. You know, they hate me, but ratings predominate. For the networks, ratings predominate over hate. But think of what they did. 818,000 fake. And then last week they had to revise the figures from the previous month, 112,000. So that's almost 1 million fake jobs. I call them fraudulent. Fake isn't strong enough. And they did that hoping that all of you people wouldn't have a chance to see before you pull the lever on Tuesday. But a whistleblower released the information on the 800,000 jobs plus. The whistleblower said, you know, there were not 800,000 and 18,000. You add them up, and then you add 100, and think of it, 112,000 jobs. So you're close to 1 million jobs. And the whistleblower, some whistleblower, I never loved the idea of whistleblowing, but in this case, I liked it very much. But they thought it would be very unfair to go through an election. Somebody was being fair. They thought it would be very unfair. Could you imagine if those numbers, we have the election, and let's say there's a bad result, and then 3 days later they say that almost 1 million jobs were not created. I mean, we would say they were fraudulent. They were fraudulent, by the way. If that were a Republican doing that, they'd probably be in jail by now. But you also had 30,000 private sector jobs that were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs. This just came out on Thursday, that were wiped out since the start of the year. And those manufacturing jobs, they're important to us as a country. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October, close to a record. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Can you believe this? And these are the numbers. And I did say that if they've got to be released, let them release it before the election. These numbers are all public. They've been released. Meanwhile, a statistic that a lot of people are going to hate hearing, but that's the way it is. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. The migrants have gotten every single job plus that was created. Illegal here. Many of them are illegal, and many of them are murderers, and many of them are terrorists. I mean, they're taking the job. And you know who they're taking the jobs from? The black population mostly. It'll start hitting the Hispanic population. But right now, and the other thing that you should demand, everybody in this room should demand it in front of the fake news right now. They should demand it because they put no pressure on these crooked politicians. You should demand that they give you the numbers of how many black people are going to lose their job. The African American population, they're getting fired at numbers that we have never seen before, and migrants that are here illegally are coming in and taking their job, and they have homes and mortgages, and they have things to pay, and they've worked there for 10 and 15 and 20 years, and they're losing their jobs. And frankly, the Hispanic are next. I hear that that's what's happening, but the Hispanics are next. And unions are going to be seriously affected too, very seriously. The unions know that this is a big problem. So think of what they've done. They've allowed people to come in by the millions, 21 million people. I think it's much more than that. And then you have the gotaways. You know what the gotaways are? That's the people that don't want to be looked at all. So they're worse than the people we're seeing. That's why they don't want to be looked at. These are depression-type numbers, 1929 depression-type numbers. And I never wanted to be, I always told people, I would have hated to be the President of the United States in 1929 when you had the Great Depression. Herbert Hoover, I would not want to be Herbert Hoover. What a time that was. People jumping off buildings. And that's where we're headed, because we have leadership that's incompetent. We have low IQ people, and we need very, very, very high IQ people. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. Wait till you see how fast we're going to get it going. We'll get the prices down. Don't forget, you could stop inflation, but the bacon is still at the all-time high, and the lettuce and the apples. There's a story that should never happen in this country. An old woman goes into the grocery store, and she takes 3 apples. That's what she lives on. And she brings it up to the counter, and then they tell her the price of the apples, and she says, I'm sorry. Then she takes 1 apple and brings it back to the refrigeration area, puts it back in, and comes and pays for 2 apples. This should never be happening in our country. This should never be happening. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. Big problem. So we're 2 days away from the best jobs and the biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen. Kamala talks about fixing the economy, but why doesn't she do it? She said the other night, yes, I'm going to fix the economy. Why the hell don't you do it? She's always saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. The best was today, though. She was going to fix something else. When I get into office in January, do it now. What are you waiting for? It's all a big con. She's not going to do anything. She's incapable of doing it. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise taxes on the typical American family of 4 or 5 by more than $3,000 a year. Congratulations. You know, all my life, I've always found politics fascinating. I never knew I'd be a politician. I still like to try and get away with saying I'm not. But I guess after 9 years, I guess I am. It's all right. But you know, all my life, I've watched politicians run for office. And all my life, they've been talking about cutting taxes. We will cut taxes. We will cut taxes. And oftentimes it turned out, frankly, they weren't able to do it, or it wasn't true, but they turned out. But I've never seen a politician run and say, we're going to raise your taxes and have people vote for them. We are going to raise your taxes. You're paying far too much already. And we are going to cut your taxes substantially, and it's going to be helped by lowering interest and by oil and gas. And by the worst, and by the most beautiful word in history, tariff. We're going to tariff the hell out of countries that have been taking advantage of us and stealing our jobs, stealing our companies. My plan will be massively to cut taxes for workers. We're going to cut their taxes and small businesses, and we will have, quite simply, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And to rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby drill, frack, frack, frack. We're gonna go to town. And I know those guys are, they don't call them wildcatters for nothing. They'll be drilling so fast. Just the concept of what's going to happen on Tuesday, we're way ahead. I'm not supposed to say that. My people say, please don't say that, sir. They'd like me to say that, yeah, we're a little bit behind, but if you get out, look, here's the story. You have to get it out. You have to vote Tuesday. It's all Tuesday. You got to show up in numbers that you've never seen before. And we don't need those kind, but you know what? We want to have so many votes that we can really do what we have to do to make our country great, to fix our country. We don't want to have like, and you know, it would be nice, it's obviously not necessary, but it would really be nice to have more votes than they do, because typically it's not great mathematics, because you take a place like Gavin Newsom in California. Did you see that his poll numbers have absolutely collapsed? Did you see that, Marjorie Taylor Greene? Did you see that? Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in history. But Gavin, his poll numbers are, what the hell's happening? What happened to his poll? But all of these people, they're just taxing you out. But the worst is, I was talking to Elon Musk. How great is Elon Musk? When I saw that rocket ship come in a week ago, I'm looking and, you know, I told the story twice. I'm looking at that rocket ship, and I'm on the phone with a very important person, very, very important. Even all these senators, even Herschel Walker would be impressed with him. Not that, Herschel wouldn't be that impressed. Herschel is, by the way, you're the greatest, Herschel. What a good man. They didn't treat him fairly. They didn't treat him fairly. You know, Herschel was very fast, very big, very fast, but he would always run around But if perchance you couldn't run around, he would run through people I've never seen. He would carry 4 coal miners' sons on his back for like 12 years. They didn't know what. They're banging him and they couldn't touch him. Really, maybe one of the top 2 or 3 in the history of football. We were really great. Remember, they played here in your state, the ballad to Herschel Walker. They're playing the ballad to that guy. And all he wanted to do is play football. He's a good person with a great wife and family and everything. And we love that you're here, Herschel. And as good as that Georgia team is, if Herschel was playing on it, they'd be very happy. Then we could guarantee it, but he's a special guy. He's a good guy. Really a great guy, smart guy, too. So they would take all of the things that we're doing, and they put them into a hopper, and what they do is destroy our country, and we're not going to let it. We're going to bring it back. We're going to create millions and millions of jobs. We're going to get those countries and to leave our companies alone. We're not going to do it. And if you're going to play games and if you're going to steal from us, our companies, and give us unemployment and busted companies, we're not going to let it happen. And if it does happen, we're going to tariff you the hell out of business. We're not going to let it happen. It's not going to happen. And just one quick story. In Mexico, they're building the largest auto plant in the world. A friend of mine told me that he's a builder of auto plants. That's all he does. That's all he's good at. Frankly, he tells me if you said to build an apartment, he would be no good, but he can build a massive plant. He's the best. And he was telling me about a year ago that China's going to build a massive auto plant in Mexico, and they're going to sell the cars into the United States. And I think he said that the capacity would be literally, this would be bigger than what they have in Michigan, the state. This is a monster, but it'll put all our auto workers out of business, everyone out of business. And I didn't like that when I heard that. And I was up in Detroit at the Detroit Economic Club. By the way, isn't it nice that you have a president that doesn't have to use a teleprompter? I haven't looked at that damn teleprompter. Isn't it nice? Isn't that nice? But I said to him, John, let me ask you, I want to see a plant. I just want to see, why do you want it? I just want it because, I think I'm going to do well if I run again. So I want to see it. This was a year ago. He said, well, thank you, darling. He said, well, you'll have to come to Mexico because we're not doing the big ones here. We're doing plants, but not the big ones. I said, no, they should be doing the big ones here. He said, well, to float it across the seas. It's not going to happen. So I said to him, what's happening with that plant? I was making a speech a week ago, and I see the guy sitting right there with the guy with the blue shirt. See that nice-looking guy right there? Right about there. Yeah, you can stand up if you want. You look like a nice... Go ahead, stand up. Right there. Yeah, stand up. Right there. So I'm looking at the audience, and again, I'm in Detroit, and this has to do with cars. Very pertinent, because cars are big manufacturing stuff, and you see all the jobs that they're losing now. I want to bring all of the car business back here. So he's sitting, I say, oh, that's John. That's the guy that told me about the plant. So I finish my speech, and I send out for John. He comes backstage. I say, John, how's that plant coming on, that big monster plant that China's building? Sir, they've decided they're not going to build it because they think you're going to be elected president, and if you're elected president, you're going to put tariffs on all these cars of 100%, and they're not going to be able to sell one car into the United States. And I said to the state of Michigan, you're so lucky, no wonder I'm leading Michigan by a lot. No, but there's a big thing. I mean, I said you're going to be paying tariffs like you wouldn't believe, and it's not going to be economic, and and they think I'm going to win. And they say if he wins, it's going to be impossible. Because I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No other president took in 10 cents. Barack Hussein Obama took in nothing. He just talks. He talks all the time. Talk. And a terrible thing happened 2 days ago. I've always treated his beautiful wife, Michelle, I've always treated her with great respect. But she hit me hard over the last. What was that, front row Joes? Look at the front row Joes. They've been to like 300 rallies. And this, by the way, look at this thing. Back, 25,000 people standing outside. Look at it, to the back window. You know it's full when you have the back window and people are hanging out the window. Be careful, too. But this isn't a rally. You know what this is? This is a request to tell everybody just to go, please, just go and vote on Tuesday. This is not a rally. It should be a rally, but we want you to go vote. So I believe in America first. It's going to be America first, and you don't hear that often. But our country is going to be so successful. It's going to be so rich. Your taxes are coming down. Your jobs are going up. And we are going to indeed have an economic miracle. And it's not going to be that hard. And it's really something that others do to us, the smart ones. There are no dumb ones. We're the dumb one. I have never seen a good trade deal made. I changed the deal with Japan. I changed the deal with South Korea. I changed a lot of deals. But we're at a disadvantage because we had long-term deals. But I didn't care about that. I said, we're changing them. I don't care. I didn't care because I don't know how the hell they got those deals. Those deals, there's two ways those deals, it's like the voting stuff. There's two ways those deals were made. Either the person that made them was corrupt or stupid, because you had the worst trade deals ever made by any country ever. Anyway, we started changing that all around, and we were doing unbelievable. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were leapfrogging and lapping China. China was going crazy with me. Please don't put any more tariffs on. I saved the steel industry. If I didn't they were dumping steel, you remember that. If I didn't do that, you would have no steel. And by the way, I don't want U.S. Steel, the greatest company in the world 70 years ago, to be sold to Japan. I just don't want that to happen. Everything Kamala says is a lie. She has no vision, no ideas, and she has absolutely no solutions. But take a look at this for a second, because this is just terrible. Take a look.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I will speak about Donald Trump. 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 Trump.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it, Marco. So, no, this was the other night. She made a speech. Every sentence was about me. Our great First Lady said, "Darling, are you okay?" They asked her about the economy. Donald Trump. No, they've been there for 4 years, the whole thing. What they did to this country is record-setting, and especially at the border, because that inflation's going to come roaring down. As soon as we open up the gas spigot, the oil and gas, we had $1.84. I used to say $1.87. I was corrected by the government manuals. So I said, I'll take it 3 cents. But we had $1.84 gasoline. Do you like that? How does that sound? Today you're at $3.75, but if anything happened with the election, you'd be at $7, $8, $9 a gallon. Kamala's campaign is running on nothing but hate and demonization, calling half of America garbage. You saw Joe. Do you think they were happy with Joe the other night? His people are garbage. They are garbage. Oh, I said, is he screwed now with them? He says. That's lasted for about about 5 days now. This is not good. And perhaps that's why we're leading by so much, but that's not really the reason. The reason is that first little question I put. We built a great, great economy, and their economy is terrible because of inflation, in all fairness, largely because of inflation, but if inflation's a real bad word. Meanwhile, Kamala says she would not do one thing differently from Joe Biden, which in itself is disqualifying. I wouldn't do one thing. How about the 325,000 children that are dead, missing, or slaves? She wouldn't do that different. Our country is almost at a 90% wrong track, the highest in the history of our country, and she says, oh, I would do nothing different. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Can you believe it? Nothing. You know, a smart person would say, yeah, let's see, I'd strengthen up the border. I'd do something on inflation. I'd do that. You could say 20 different that you couldn't think of anything. This is not what you want for your president. So if you want to end this disaster, you have to go out, get out and vote. And just in conclusion, we want to just introduce a few people that are incredible. They're really incredible. Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, thank you for being here, Burt. Great guy. The great senator from Florida, and he's a tough guy. I had to compete against this guy. This guy was not easy. He's tough. He's tough and he's smart, and he's my friend Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. And former Senators David Perdue, he's working so hard, and Kelly Loeffler. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, David. Somebody I'm very proud of, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Representatives, warriors, by the way, Andrew Clyde, Austin Scott, Mike Collins, Marjorie Taylor Greene. And a guy who was great in the Mueller hearings. Remember, he was hitting up Mueller with so many questions. Mueller said, I don't know, I can't. Where the hell am I? After 2 years, he had no idea what was happening. And we were totally exonerated, by the way. Totally, 100% exonerated. But this man was great. You got to see his voice chiming through those beautiful, hallowed halls, screaming at Mueller. It was unfair competition. Former Congressman Doug Collins. Thank you, Doug. And candidates for Congress, Brian Jack. So Brian Jack. I hated when they took Brian Jack. They came to me and they said, we'd love to have Brian run his home district where he was born and raised. I said, look, between you and I, just tell him it's not available. I didn't want to lose him, but he figured it out. And I endorsed him so heartily. And he's a great gentleman, right, Chairman? He's a great gentleman. Brian Jack. It's an interesting name because, you know, with people, there aren't too many, but when people have that kind of a name, Brian Jack, and a lot of people call him Jack Bryan. I asked him that question, and I said it doesn't really matter, you know, you get the idea. But Brian Jack is a great guy, and he's going to be a great congressman or whatever he wants to do for a long time to come. Thank you, Brian. And he worked for me, and he was always there. And also Wayne Johnson, going to be great. Wayne Johnson. And he's central. Look at that look he's got. Although looks don't mean anything, please remember that. Looks. You're not allowed to talk about looks anymore in this politically correct. He looks, especially if he were a woman, that would be bad. And you know, nowadays with this administration, you can become a woman if you'd like. I don't think you should. I have a feeling that he's going to take a pass. Do you believe what's happening with that whole situation? But I hear you're doing great, and you're going to be very successful, and you do indeed have the look, whether I'm supposed to say it or not, who cares? Thank you very much. Agriculture Commissioner, and he's a good one, Tyler Harper. Thank you, Tyler. He's a good one. And your incredible GOP chair, Josh McCoon, who is great. I don't want to talk about him too much, though, because, you know, if some crazy thing happens on Tuesday, I can't say, because then I'd say he didn't do a good job. But now he's done a great job, and I hear we're really in great shape, right? We have record-setting early voting, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Can you believe that? I mean, basically, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Republican Party never wins early. We'll be 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 votes behind, and that they consider that good. But it's just the opposite. We're hundreds of thousands of votes ahead. Nope, this has never happened before. But it all means nothing if you don't go out on Tuesday and vote. Right, Josh? We have to get them to vote. And, of course, I just introduced him, the legendary Herschel Walker. We love Herschel. Thank you, Herschel. You look good, Herschel. I also want to send our prayers to everyone here in Georgia who's still recovering from Hurricane Helene. And I want to also thank you, Governor. He's been very gracious. He's working very hard on making sure that we win this vote on Tuesday. So I want to thank very much Brian. That's very good. That's really nice. Thank you very much. Everybody's working as a unit because winning this vote, and by the way, winning this state, we win this state and it's over. It's over. So get out there and do it. Kamala's hurricane response was a disgrace and actually a betrayal. It was just reported that almost 50% of phone calls to FEMA for disaster aid went totally unanswered. You know why? Because they spent their money on illegal aliens, people coming into our country illegally, many of them very bad people. So you cannot trust this person. Anybody doing that, you can't trust that person to be president. You had the worst hurricane like maybe ever, and boy, did North Carolina get hit, but you got hit really hard. And you had, and you know, I want to thank Elon Musk, okay? Because Elon, the head of North Carolina Rescue, and your governor, and also some of your people that did a really great job but had very little federal help, they asked, would it be possible for you to call Elon Musk? And he gave me the greatest endorsement ever. I mean, how good is it to get his? Because we like intelligent people. We got to protect our brilliant people. We don't have too many of them. And when I saw that rocket come down, the way it came down was so beautiful. Boom, right on the pad. He was unbelievable. I said, was that yours? Yes. Oh. Can Russia do it? No. Nobody can do it. China? No, nothing. Nobody can do it. And I said, he does something called Starlink. And the man from, a very good official, by the way, state official, he's from North Carolina. He said, sir, could you call up Elon Musk? I know you have a good relationship. We want Starlink. I said, what the hell is Starlink? Tell me about it. It's a communication system. All of the wires in parts of Georgia, too. All of the wires are down, and it's very successful. It's very hard to get. We can't get them, and we need it. I mean, people are dying. They have no communication, and people are dying. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, you got to do me a favor. Do yourself a favor. Do humanity. They got to get this thing you have called Starlink, and you got to get it fast, Elon. And I talked to him for a couple of seconds, literally, and I got a call from the guy from North Carolina thanking me for getting Starlink. I said, how the hell did you do that, Elon? He said, well, I can do two things at one time, can I? And the following day, it got delivered to North Carolina, Georgia, and other places that needed it, and it's very hard to get. And I actually asked him, in all fairness, I got to give Elon a little boost. I actually asked him, well, how does that compare to the wires that have to go all the way down and ground and on poles and everything else? He said, actually, it's much better. So I said, you know, got to rethink that whole situation. But Elon has been great in that way. You know where he is right now? He's campaigning for me in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Can you believe it? That rocket went up, and I mean, the thing was down for probably 30 minutes, and he announced he's going to, because he thinks this election is the most important thing maybe to ever. He doesn't think we're going to have a country left if a guy named Trump doesn't win this election. And he's a very smart guy. But how good is that? Think of it. He is campaigning for all of us. He's not campaigning for me. Thank you very much, sir. That's fine. It's all right. That's very good. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. How can I get angry at this guy, right? Normally I'd say, who the hell is in front of me with a sign? But that sign is okay, sir. Because he's up there and he's going to help us out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all right. Thank you very much. That's good. That's good. Isn't that nice, actually? See, now a stupid person would say, get the hell out of here. That would be the end of the night. That would be, Josh, that would be the end of the night, right? No, that's very nice, actually. So just in closing it out, here are some of the facts. Kamala is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas herself. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police. Think of that. And anyone who wants to defund our great police for even a day or a week is not worthy of being president of the United States, because that's their thinking, that's their ideology. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. Can you believe it? Let's go, ICE, get out of here. We'll take care of these tough killers. She wouldn't do it. Tell you who wouldn't have the guts to do it. Liz Cheney wouldn't have the guts to do it. Liz Cheney, ooh. She's a big talker. We're going to put thousands of soldiers and they'll die. They'll all die. And I'll be sitting home with my dad, who ruined, think of all the people that are dead right now. And then they wonder why Kamala's doing so badly with the Arab Muslim population in Michigan. You see that? They're doing bad. Who the hell, if you're a Muslim Arab, you're from that part of the world, who the hell's going to vote for her? Her father unleashed a spree of death on all of their countries, and then she doesn't understand. See, I would say that Kamala's pick of Liz Cheney, Marjorie, was not the best. And they're wondering why they have virtually no votes from that particular community. I thought about it. It took me about a second. I said, well, that's not a very good person to be campaigning with, I don't think. They went from 100% approval to about 4% now. And you know who's got the approval? Me, because I want to see peace all over the place. We had no wars. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorse a total ban on handgun ownership. She ruined San Francisco, probably the greatest city in our country 20 years ago. She destroyed it. And she's not going to be allowed to destroy our country. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayers' expense. And perhaps, worst of all, she never worked at McDonald's. She never did. She lied about that. So with your vote on Tuesday, we're going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to the good old state of Georgia. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American, and the jobs are going to be pouring in. And I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I were president. And I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. October 7th would have never happened if I were president. And I will prevent World War III from happening. Because this would be a war like no other. This would be a war, the level of destructive power. This would be a war like no other, but it'll never happen. But it could happen with them. It will happen. I'm most worried about the next 3 months. That's what I'm worried. I'm actually worried about the next 3 months. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our entire military, but they gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. Can you imagine that? They gave billions and billions of dollars away, but it's still only a fraction of what we have. We rebuilt the military. We've got to touch it up anyway. We're going to touch it up. And I rebuilt the nuclear arsenal, and I hated doing it because it's obliteration. We don't want that to happen. And, you know, Russia and myself and China were talking about de-escalation, actually, of nuclear. We had that going, and then this stupid thing happened with the election. And you think Biden thought about that? He can't figure out how the hell he goes up to bed. And besides that, I was just thinking the other day, you know, you have countries, and when somebody calls, like Putin calls, or President Xi, who's a fierce individual, somebody said, what's he like? He's a very smart guy, but what's he like? Well, he's a fierce individual. He really is. He's fierce. When you get into an argument with him, you know you've got an argument going, right? He's a fierce, and he loves China, and we love the USA, right? So, but I was thinking today, let's say you're China, and you want to call the United States because there's a conflict or there's a problem. Who the hell do you call? There's nobody. Do you call her? Do you call... He's not going to be answering your phone. He only works about 2 hours a day. And I understand. I mean, it's okay. But she can't really do it. She hasn't got the aptitude or the IQ or anything else. She can't do it. So who the hell do you call? Oh. Well, I don't know if they have a choice. There's nobody you can call. You ever have that? You're calling a company, like a nice company, and there's all flux and trouble. You don't know who to talk. Here's on a much larger scale, to put it mildly, the largest scale in the world. You call the United States because we have a problem with something. You have no idea who the hell you're talking to. We will build a missile defense shield, all made in the USA, wrapped around our country to defend ourselves and our country. It's all going to be made in the United States, and a lot of it in your great state. We'll put Herschel Walker in charge of that little sucker, okay? And we're going to do that. It's so important. You know, it's our technology. I know a lot of people say it's our technology, and we're going to use that technology at an even higher level. You know, when you see Israel with 187 rockets blasted, and almost all of them are knocked down, well, we got to have that kind of capability, too. And we're the one can do it better than anybody. You know, Ronald Reagan wanted to do it, but we really didn't have the technology. He was great, but we didn't have the technology then. It would have been a terrible thing, because we would have had it, it would have never worked. But now we have technology where it can knock a pin out of the sky. It can knock a little pin this big out of the sky. It's incredible. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which is a mess, with graffiti on our marble, beautiful Carrara marble columns all over the city, graffiti and filth and crime. We're going to make it beautiful again, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to work with Democrat mayors and governors. We'll probably have to, and we're going to make our cities beautiful and safe again. We'll work with them if we have to. And we will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. That's like a no-brainer. Brett Favre endorsed me yesterday. That was beautiful. While we were in Wisconsin, Green Bay, Wisconsin, he said, I've never endorsed anybody in my life. It was never appropriate for me to do so. You're the one person I'm going to endorse. And I said, that's an honor. And he shook my hand. It's the largest hand I have ever seen. This hand is the biggest thing I've ever seen. Then you wonder why he threw the ball so hard and so long. He was a great player, but he endorsed me, and that was a great honor. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are going to just do this. We're going to do this so at a level that we have never done it before, because we're putting America first, and we're going to help others. We're not going to be, gee, we're never leaving our shores. We'll help others, but first we have to build our country back up. We have a sick, sick country. I say, we're a nation in decline. We're not going to be a nation in decline for very long, I can tell you that. But we're going to defend our borders and protect our citizens. We're going to do that. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We're going to stop those criminals from coming in. We're being invaded, and we're going to stop it. And we will not be invaded, and we will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. They are conquered. Can you imagine 5 years ago, me, standing up and saying, we will not be invaded, we will not be conquered, because we are being invaded. And can you imagine that we even think of that? To be using those expressions? Can you imagine that I'd be up here saying, and I will stop men from playing in women's sports? What the hell? It's interesting. I read so much, and it's such a big deal. So, as I said, I've been doing this for 9 years. I've never had one person, they come up, sir, I think you should cut taxes. I think you should do this. I think you should have Elon build a rocket to Mars. Everything. They never said to me, sir, it's very important that men be able to play in women's sports. I've never had anybody come up and yet it's like a big deal. That's all they talk about. I never had anybody come up and say, sir, it's so important, let men play in women's sports. I don't get it. Same with transgender. They want to do things that they shouldn't be doing. It's terrible. And oftentimes when it's done, that person that it was done to, 10 years later said, who did this to me? Who did this to me? How sad is that? Little children, they take them without parental consent. Can you believe it? It's not even possible to believe. And we're going to change it all around, and the people because you know what? We're the party of common sense. We're the party of common sense. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope, and always filled with that beautiful American dream. Your children, you want your children, yourself, but you want your children to have the American dream, and they're going to have it. They're going to have it. They're going to have it very, very soon. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is too big to rig. So on Tuesday, it's very simple. For 2 weeks I've been saying, call this number, that number, early voting, late voting. We should have one-day voting with paper ballots, voter ID, and proof of citizenship. Yes, I'm a United States citizen. And you know what? The voting would be concluded at 9 o'clock. The winner would be announced, and the loser would be announced at 9:30. You would save hundreds of millions of dollars. Do you know that paper ballots, actually the paper is highly sophisticated. It's called watermark. It's like got fingerprints on it. Very sophisticated. But you know that it costs 8% of the machines. And I'm upset because the machines, they say, when are we going to have they don't know. They don't know, is it going to be Tuesday? It should be Tuesday night. we should demand it has to be accurate. Number one has to be Tuesday night, but eventually, and we're going to work on that. That's a part of our platform. We're going to go to France. Did it? They had 39 million people vote. They voted. They had a winner. They had a loser. You know, they went to mail-in ballots, and it didn't work. It was tremendous, rampant cheating. As you know, there would be. Jimmy Carter said there would be when he was asked to chair a commission. But we're going to bring so many things back to our country, and they're common sense things like that. You need to get out and vote. We're going to do things that are going to make you so proud. And we just don't want to take a chance. You know, we're leading by a lot. We're leading by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Some people say, you know, I really don't believe these polls. This is going to be a landslide because, you know, we did a great job for 4 years. Right to try, another thing we did. Right to try. If somebody's terminally ill, they get a chance to try instead of going to Europe or Asia. They're terminally ill and they have to leave our country. We have the greatest doctors in the world, greatest scientists, greatest labs. And I got it done. It was 42 years in the making. They couldn't get it done. I said to the person wanting it, you have to sign a no liability. You're not going to sue the country. You're not going to sue the doctor, the lab. You're not going to sue anybody. And we've saved thousands and thousands of lives with Right to Try. It's been amazing. And the people that fought it hardest, which were the doctors and the various insurance companies, they love it because when you save people that are terminally ill, that have no chance of living, and now they're saved, and not only are they saved, they're disease-free. I mean, what a great thing that is. And thousands of people have been saved. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister, corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. Belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country. And 2 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. 2 days, 2 days. What a beautiful sound. What a beautiful sound, 2 days. Oh, please, please, please help this country, please. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. You watch. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so much fun. It'll be nasty a little bit at times, and maybe at the beginning in particular, but it's going to be something that we're going to go to heights that this country never has reached, and nobody ever even thought it could. You're going to see things that you're not going to believe. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We love this nation. That's why I'm doing this. I didn't have to be here tonight. I could have been on a beautiful beach somewhere. The sun pouring down on me, the waves, saltwater waves hitting me in the face. I love those properties, but you know what? I love this much more. It's not even a contest. Many people have said, if you had it, because they've treated me terribly, you know. Look, they treated Andrew Jackson, President Andrew, a great general and a good president. They treated him the worst up until me. They treated Abraham Lincoln is considered the second worst. They treated him but he was in a civil war, in all fairness. I guess that makes sense, right? He had a civil war. But now I think there's no question about the fact that I got treated the worst. Think of it. And it did. I mentioned before. I got treated worse than Alphonse Capone, one of the greatest killers in the world. Scarface. And my father's looking down. Probably he's looking down, but my mother is definitely looking down. My father, you know, a little questionable. But no, he was a tough guy, but he was a great guy and a good guy. But we're one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God, under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. We're not surrendering. We're there. We're there. You got to get out and vote. We're there. We're actually on the 1 yard line. Let's go get out and vote. Everybody vote, 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 vote. Together we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. We're going to win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you very much. God bless you all. God